Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, so I guess I would say something like, now it's the turn of Christelle or something like that when it's her part, and then you will know, right?
Okay. That's pretty clear. That's pretty obvious. So.
Yeah, and then you do the same for me, and yeah, and we'll be fine.
Nice. Is this the nice outfit? Is this the Aikido outfit or something?
No, not at all.
I was hoping you.
No, it's an Hawaiian shirt.
Oh, okay. But I guess I got this mixed up. But yeah, nice.
Yeah, I have a pair of Hawaiian shirts, and I don't know, that started a few years back. I made a point of every time I talk to Akademy, I make sure to wear one of them.
That's nice. It's nice to be consistent. That's nice.
Yeah. So yeah, you can watch all my talks, I think, for the past 5 years or so, and every time I have one of those, so either that navy blue one, or I have a red and orange one, which is way more flashy. So.
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yes, David, you see the picture in the back, but it's a bit late for that. That was yesterday, the pub quiz.
We should be ready to be starting soon. I will set your slides.
Perfect.
I will give the presenter role first to Kevin.
Yes.
Here you go. And let me just welcome everyone for the last day of Akademy, unfortunately. But you know what's tomorrow? Tomorrow is the first day waiting for the next Akademy. So nothing is truly lost. Let's talk about today's program. So this is track number 1. And in this track, we'll be seeing just in a moment the talk you're already seeing here presented. Then after that, we'll have Kockatoo, Social Media Made Easy by Paul Brown and Manav. Then the KDE Qt 5.15 patch collection by Albert. And finally, Deoxygen O2, O squared. Not really sure how to pronounce it. Maybe Nuno will tell us. Hopefully Nuno will tell us. Alternatively, you can go to track number 2, which of course you will miss Kevin and Christelle, but if you want, you can go there, and you also be having fun because Volker will be talking about releasing Android apps, building, optimizing, and deploying release APKs. Then Lars will talk about Qt 6, new features and roadmap. Sean will be talking about interactive UIs in Qt Quick 3D. And finally, for track 2, Thomas will be showcasing Qt Design Studio as an introduction. Then the 2 tracks are connected again. We'll stay here in track 1 for Aleix to finally showcase his present his talk about working professionally with KDE, and after that the final both wrap up, Academy Awards, closing remarks, hugs and kisses, etc. etc. So I think we are ready to start with this talk. Christelle, Kevin, please go ahead.
Thank you. So welcome everyone for this talk, though that's a bit of an update on the community analytics we've been working on the past few years. But yeah, first I will let Christelle introduce ourselves.
So my name is Christelle. I'm a computer engineering student and I'm majoring in data science. I'm currently doing a data science internship at Inyoka Consulting, and this is my second internship at Inyoka. My first one was in 2019, and I was working on Comden with Kevin, and that's how I got to know KDE and Comden as well. That's pretty much.
So as for me, so I'm one of the old-timers in KDE. That's what they say, apparently. And so I started using it in the 90s and only started to contribute a few years later. Then I fell in love with the community. And I've been helping around with KDE Libs and then KDE frameworks and also community stuff, which includes the setup, helping the setup of the KDE manifesto. And so this effort about community data analytics, which we're going to talk about today. And as Christelle mentioned, I'm part of the Kockatoo family, where we are doing services around software. And I live in Toulouse still. I'm not going to move from there. All right, so let's start with that particular talk. And so what happened previously, right? So you're used to that, always a bit of history with me. And so that starts with that guy and his ridiculous dog. And he's been taking over an idea from Adrien de Gut, which was named the Green Blobs back then. And he wrote something named Gitviz and made the blobs blue. So he did a few interesting talks for us, this dear Paul Adams, in our community. He kind of retired in 2017, and now he prefers to have fun with his dog, apparently. So that's when I came in the picture. I basically fought Gitviz. Well, I asked him first if he was fine with that and so on, and basically he gave me the code and I expanded it quite a bit. So I reused mostly the Git parsing code, but then most of the dependencies I swapped with something else. So I changed for pandas for the data processing, NetworkX for the graph analysis, and bokeh for the actual output, which gives us, as we will see in this talk, better visualization. I also added some ways to clean up the data with rules, which is, I mean, important, right? For identifying people, for instance, when people are not necessarily consistent in the way they commit, the name they used. Then a bunch more visualizations. And the big advantage of bokeh is that we have more interactivity in the visualizations. So unfortunately, that's a PDF, so we won't be able to see that today. But otherwise, I mean, you're able to zoom in and out and plan and everything, which makes it much easier to actually explore the results. So a few examples of what we do. So you might have seen that on my blog, for instance. So that one is one of the simplest one to understand, right? That's basically week per week, the commit count and the number of unique committers, which gives you an approximation of the team size each week, right, in the community. And so you can see that evolve over time and then get a trend. Then we got the activity plot, which is the one truly inherited from Paul. And now it's basically, yeah, colorful because we have more thresholds for the activity. So each line is a contributor, and then each column is a week, and then you get a color depending on how active you've been. And the last thing is that all the contributors are sorted by the first commit date, which is interesting because this way you see people coming in the picture, right? So you get that envelope there, which gives you an idea of how much you're recruiting. And then, so that's the envelope I'm talking about. Totally forgot about that red dot. And then inside of this area, the denser it is, the more attention you get, right? Because that means the more people who came in actually contribute for a long while. Otherwise, you get, like here, like a one shot, and then the person disappear, right? And then we also have the contributor network. So for that one, we basically plot a network to get an idea of who collaborates with whom. and that's based on when we're looking at the commits, that's based on the assumption that if they touch the same file, there's a chance of some communication happening at some point, so that they don't step on each other's toes. And so we basically draw a line between those two persons. And that one is the hardest one to read, so that the centrality for a particular person. Because as soon as you can do plots like this, you can tell if a person is very central in the graph or not, right? So we color-coded the nodes so that one is fairly central, for instance. But that's a picture at a given point in time. Now, if you rinse and repeat that for, I don't know, every week or every month, you can see for a particular person that value evolve, and that's what we are plotting there. So the blue line here, that's basically the centrality of that particular person, which happens to be Volker Kraus, who is in the other room right now. So that the centrality of that particular person over time, and so you can see that he can be fairly central and then a bit less, right? And correlated to this, we show also the activity, so that is the number of commits. Everything is normalized though, so that's why it goes all the way to 1 and 0. And one thing we realized that if the team is small and you have a lot of activity, then you get fairly central quickly, right? So we also show the team size because that you can draw conclusion of that blue curve only at periods of times where the team size is somewhat constant. So around here, we can draw a conclusion, but in there, right, it's kind of shrinking. So we cannot draw any real conclusion about that spike, right, or that one. But there we can start to do some conclusions. So that's a quick recap of things I've been talking about in the past. And then there's kind of an open question. Is that just a fun puzzle, Kevin, right? Why do this? Well, it's definitely a fun puzzle, I won't lie, but not only, right? Because that's a way for us to show also if a community is healthy. Because of the activity level, right? As I mentioned, we see if we recruit people, if people stays around or not, right? If we have a large or small burst factor for particular teams. We can also see the team structure. We can also see team splitting, which I didn't quite explain here, but I wrote a blog about that. And there are also actually professional uses. I've been using that, for instance, for framing technical projects at customers when they wonder, yeah, what should I pick as a dependency, right? Some of the reasons for picking something are technical. Some of them are more because of the community. And also, interestingly, you can audit the actual customer code with these kind of tools, and you find some funny facts sometimes. So that's, yeah, what I said pretty much. Right, so especially for the code editing, it makes it easier to explore the project history, or also to evaluate the developer's turnover, right, inside of a team at a customer. And that also helps you find out how the team is structured, right? And who owns which part of the code, for instance, and who works with whom, this kind of answers you can get, and that can be, yeah, fairly important for customers. And you can identify the key people on a particular project. Right? I mean, if you start looking at those graphs after a few hours or a few days, you basically know everyone on the project. All right, and with that, so we're going to expand the view, and I'm going to let Christelle continue with this.
Okay, so what's new? What's new is that we've added data sources, so it's not only about the code commits anymore. We find that the code commits are not capturing like everything about projects, so we thought about adding new sources like merge requests, issues, and a mailing list, and that's pretty much what I did during my internship. So Camden was a bunch of Python scripts. It was a couple of scripts for like centrality and activity and all of that. And well, my work on it was essentially to make it more user-friendly and easier to use. So we turned it into a Python API, which makes it easier to handle and to reproduce results and all of that. So it works like this. You have Camden, which is the library, and you can use it to do all sorts of things. You can parse repositories, and then you get a pandas data frame that you can use with certain functions and with pretty much all functions. So you don't have to just use it with activity. You can use it with network and then parse it once, and then you can display it with like with different characteristics and all of that. So what are the new data sources? We have mailing lists. So mailing lists are pretty common way to discuss things and bugs and reports and all of that in teams, and it was pretty widely used in developer communities a couple of years ago. Now it's more. Now there are different ways to discuss things, but it was pretty common. So we thought about adding that. It's not very common anymore, so we might not use it in practice, but it's pretty interesting to look at the history. We also have GitLab discussions, which are issues and merge requests, and we thought that'd be interesting because this is where the discussion around code happens, and this allows us to look at things that we didn't look at before, at how central people are to contributing differently and not just code. And this leads to a new metric, which is the responsiveness, like how responsive a team is. So eventually potentially this will allow for aggregated views. So for example, we can combine commits graphs and merge requests graphs to have a fuller idea and things like that, to have a better view of the community, a better idea, a better image. Oh, I also forgot to say, I'm sorry, that it's not easy to map commit authors to GitLab users. So that's something we hope to work on, but we eventually want to get to a point where we can combine all sorts of views for different data sources. So what about our data set? Here we're going to talk about like what's happening with the community. So we have a data set that we're going to analyze, and what is it? So it's constituted of all the KDE repositories. So yeah, all 950 plus of them, and even the ones that are unmaintained, because we think they offer pretty interesting insight. And well, we're using the feature in Camden that allows us to program some rules and then apply them to our data while processing them. So that's the rule set. And this allows us to handle big offenders that have names that commit from different names, like Laurent Moutel, for example, commits from Laurent Moutel and Moutel Laurent. And we with rule sets, we can make sure that this is going to be the same person that's committing, and this helps us reduce biases in our statistics. So when it comes to KDE as a whole, well, this is an update. This is the activity, the all-time activity of commits only. So a couple of points are pretty much stand out. Like there's Laurent Moutel that's been active ever since 1999. He's right here. So we zoomed in previously and we saw his name right here. And he's been pretty active ever since 1999. He's got orange colors right here. So that's more active than the average. And then we have inflection points, like one right here and one right here. And these inflection points point out to faster recruiting after 2010, right here, and faster recruiting in the last couple of years, but we have less retention. Like yellow here is less dense, so people are not staying, they're not always contributing, but it's getting better. And here it's more dense, so the people that joined in the last couple of years are still here. And as from 2017, well, this is the zoomed in graph. This starts from 2017, and we thought there are some people that have been active contributors, and like we'd like to mention them. I'm sorry if I'm going to butcher their names. I don't intend to, but here we go. There's Agata Kako, there's Ahmed Samir, there's Alexander Leno, there's Alexander Stipich, Camilo Higuita, Carl Sean, David Redondo, Devin Lin, Han Young, Jan Blackwell, Jonah Bruckert, Meven Kar, Nate Graham, Nicholas Fella, Noah Davis, Sharaf Zaman, Vlad Zahoradny, and Bakar Ahmed. And well, you guys are pretty active contributors, and thank you for your work. So what about merge requests? This is the activity for merge requests, and it's obviously more recent. We have less history. Here we start at around 2018. So the KDE moved on to GitLab pretty recently, and we don't have GitLab merge requests from before that. So it's pretty obvious. But there's some things we can learn. Like here, there's an inflection point. So people have been more active on merge requests. We see people appear like Xavier Huggle and Michael Johnson. They're pretty active on merge requests. So why didn't we there's an interesting question here. We didn't spot them on commit activity, but we're spotting them here. So that could be related to the fact that they're more active discussing code, but not necessarily contributing it. And that's, for example, another position in the open source community where you don't necessarily contribute a lot of code, but like guide the development of features and things like that. And when it comes to the team size, excuse me, here we have the entry count in blue, and then you have the team size in orange. And this is the peak that was the Nokia peak. That's in 2010. So I think this is when Nokia bought Qt. So that's that. And then we have a bit of stabilization right here. And then it picks up again. So in 2019, 2020, we have the entry count that clearly picks up. Then we have a trend that's pretty positive for the number of developers that are active, the number of contributors. And well, for merge requests, we clearly have we clearly have a growing trend. But the thing is, we don't have enough data to have a more precise or intelligent insight. So what we really get from this graph is that we need more data. And well, as for the new metric for merge requests, this is the responsiveness, where in orange we have the response time in hours. So here is a lot of hours for response time, and conversion not much. So people are becoming more reactive to merge requests, which is a pretty good sign. It took some time, but we're there. And then we have the blue shape right here. This is bars that pretty much represent the start of unanswered merge requests. So we can see that it's growing, and that could be due to the fact that it's still recent in 2021. But that's that. This is the stock of unanswered merge requests. Now, it's important to know that the history for merge requests goes a bit before the instance existed, which is counterintuitive, because before the instance existed, how can we have things like that? Well, this is because Kden got important with all of its history, and well, it's been excluded to produce this plot. Okay, and this is the network for commits. So this shows the centrality of users, as Kevin previously explained. So we have some users that are very central. So the top would be Laurent Montel, Alexander Leno, Nicholas Felle, Carl Sean, and Heiko Becker. And they're pretty central. Their node is like in black or very dark purple. And well, for merge requests, we also see there are people that are very central, and we see the same people that come back, like Nicholas Felle, We also see Graham, Alexandrou, Ahmed Samir, and Aleix Pol. Something that's interesting is that Laurent is nowhere to be seen. We see that he's very, very central for the commits network, but he's not very central when it comes to GitLab merge requests, which pretty much shows a couple of things. First is that he's contributing code, but he's not necessarily discussing features that he's contributing with a lot of people. So he could be developing things in his corner. And well, for example, changing the script for coding or changing certain loops, writing them another way. But the other thing that we can see is that commits on their own aren't enough to really tell if someone is central to the community. But then let's zoom out a bit. This is the subnetwork for Krita. This is where Krita enters the scene, and we have right here a person that's very central, and this person is Hala Ramt, who answers a lot of merge requests and pretty much is very active within Krita. And on to Kevin.
All right. So let's continue with this. So obviously, what we've been seeing with Christelle, that's the community as a whole, right? But then sometimes you also need to look at subparts, right, to make sure that you're not mistaking, the forest for the tree. Eh? And so we looked at two other examples to try to see if there were other phenomena we could spot in there. So one of them is KDE frameworks. So basically we did everything, then a focus on frameworks, and then we'll have a focus on Krita because we've seen that interesting fact with the subnetwork there. So for the all-time activity, so I'm sorry because this one with the colors, unfortunately, is slightly harder to read than the previous one because there's a bit less density in yellow, right? But if you look closely, you see that the profile is very similar to the whole KDE, right? There are two inflection points, though, which don't match the ones we've seen for the whole community, because there's one which is before 2010, and which is likely the KDE 3, KDE 4 transition, where a lot of people, it's actually fairly sharp, right? Where a lot of people actually jumped in to help with that transition in KDE libs. And we also see another one around 2014, that's actually the year that we released the first KDE Frameworks 5. For the activity, we could, yep. For the activity, we can also zoom in like we did. And so I did a zoom there where we are basically focusing on the main recruits around that period, which I actually managed to get on the same graph, but one at the top, one at the bottom. No meaning to that. But that's pretty much so Ahmad Samir getting very active, and Alexandrou as well. So from 2018 and 2020. Right, and then we have the all-time activity, but for the merge requests. And we see toward the top, you might see that gives that feeling of a thicker line, but that's not a thicker line. It's actually two lines which are very active around the same time. And if you look at who that is, that's pretty much David, For, and Ahmad Samir, right? So you can see that they are talking to each other quite a lot, right? Because they seem to send messages around the same time. Then for the all-time team size, we see a very clear ramp up for Frameworks 5, right? Both in activity and team size. And we also see an exhaustion phase, right, around here. And that's pretty much while we work toward KDE Frameworks 5, then it's released, and then there's a dip in activity, right? Everyone tries to recover, and then it ramps up again. And clearly it's picking up quite some pace since a couple of years. Open questions there, but it could be actually the development model of KDE Frameworks 5, right? Before that was KDE Libs, then we changed the development model, kind of paying off. That ramp up, that could also be the preparations for KF6, which are ongoing right now. So again, that increase, and that could be actually both, right? So then you get a compound effect. Right, for that we cannot say much, right? Clearly for this kind of stuff we need more data at that point. For the responsiveness, similar profile than the whole community. We see it's very slow at the beginning and then it picks up. It kind of converges, but there's slower responsiveness though, on average. It's 3 days to a week on average, and on average on the community it's more around 2 or 3 days. For the network, so we get the centrality top 5 again for the commits. So Hamad Samir, Friedrich Kosbo, Alexander Lono, Laurent Montel, Nicolas Fela, right? And no David Four, right? Everyone is surprised there. Well, because you see David Four more in the top 5 for the merge request, right? We have the same effect around Laurent Montel again. That's because Laurent commits in plenty of files. So with the assumption of touching the same file, you collaborate, right? Then he shows up in the previous one, but he's not very active on the merge request, actually discussing stuff. He's doing, I mean, a lot of cleanups, which are very important, but then it's not really part of the decision making, which happens in the merge request. So it doesn't show up. But then we see David Four showing up again. So he's all very much managerial now, right? All right. And now quickly, because we don't have that much time left, a zoom on Krita itself, right? So very big community, right? Subpart, and now just a team for particular software. So that's interesting again. If you look at that one, so the profile kind of similar a bit, but it seems to recruit faster on average than the wall of KDE, right? So it recruits faster. That being said, right, if it's hard to read, that's because here we don't have that much density. So it seems to have faster recruiting on average to the wall of KDE, but at the same time, the price of that maybe is to have a lower retention, right? So it has a lower retention on average than the rest of KDE. If we go for the focus on the recruits from the past couple of years, that's mostly Ion O'Neill, Agatha Kako, Sharaf Zaman, and Dave Lu. For the merge requests, clearly Dmitry Kazakov and Ala Ramt, they're like top of the game, right? So they're clearly the decision maker among that team. Again, we see the Nokia peak because that was very much a big thing for Krita back then when it was part of Calligra. And since then, though, so they had the peak, they had stabilization phase, but clearly it's growing. And it started to grow a bit earlier than KDE as a whole after the Nokia peak. But then that team growth is a bit slower. Right? There's more increase on the count of commits. All right, yeah, more data, please. Right. So we'll do that again in a couple of more years, and that might be more interesting. Very interesting with Krita though is the all-time responsiveness on the merge request. So it's similar to the KDE community for the responsiveness. We see it's slow in the beginning and then it converges, which is normal, right? Adaptation to a new tool being introduced. One thing they do super well though is they're very tidy on the unanswered stock, right? Because they have virtually no stock. What's registered there that just the last weeks, right, of the history. So that's normal that you have stuff which is unanswered of very recent. One thing we spotted though, which is surprising to us, and we have no good explanation for this, is that one. We see that it starts to converge, right? But then there's this peak in 2020. It's unclear to us why, and if someone has an insight about that, it's very welcome. I would like to know actually why there could have been this phenomenon. For the network, so centrality top 5, Dmitry Kazakov, Alvin Wong, Ala Ramt, Sharaf Zaman, and Ion O'Neill, names that we heard before. On the merge request, though, we see Volterra appearing who is not on the commit So apparently a bit more in the conversations and a bit less in the volume of commits at least. All right, so we're almost at the end. I had to go a bit quickly on that part to give some time for this and then the conclusion. So there's a name, there's a name that we heard quite a bit, except in the part of on Krita in the community. So with Hamad Samir, right, who's been fairly active. We see him, he registers at the world community level, he registers on KDE frameworks. And so we thought that could be a good case, even though the plot is not super interesting in a way, but that was a good case to try with the centrality metric, which I was talking about earlier. So as a reminder, you should basically trust so that you should basically trust only when this plateaus, okay? So the data before that, because the team size is still growing, you cannot really draw any conclusion on that part. That plot has been produced with the KDE frameworks merge request dataset, okay, and only that part. And then we can see with the orange line, which is the centrality level, we can see that basically Hamad is like just shooting right through that ramp up of the team, and whatever happens with the team and the activity is just growing and growing in the centrality. So I think that's actually a name we should count. We should count with if he keeps at it like that. He is hell bent on being very, very central to KDE frameworks in particular. All right, and with that, I leave you with Christelle again for the conclusion.
So when it comes to the metrics, we've noticed that it's, we actually think that it's interesting to have the conversation during code reviews, not just the contributors of the code, but also the merge requests and all of that, because it allows us to capture a bit how people behave in general, what's their role, and especially for senior developers, and how they evolve. We see David Faure that has assumed a more managerial position, whereas Laurent Montel is contributing code and then making cleanups and all of that. So it's two different approaches to very senior developers, and it's something that we've only been able to see is we've combined two views for metrics. Well, as I said, commits are on their own probably aren't enough to really evaluate someone's centrality. And while a single metric, well, there's too much bias in a single metric. So it's important to look at generally how the community behaves. And well, as for the community, it has a complex history with a couple of decompression phases that are visible, but it's healthy overall. Recruiting is going well, and well, retention picks up in the last couple of years. For some projects, they have their own trends, but it's pretty close to the whole. Well, at least where we've looked, but as a whole, the community is very healthy. And finally, GitLab seems to be very big for KDE. MRs are picking up, and well, we look forward to a couple of more years later, we'd have more data and then maybe look at more insights. And finally, what's in the card for us for Camden? We believe there's some work that still needs to be done on the responsiveness plot. And well, we'd like to find ways to match GitLab accounts to commit authors to be able to combine different views for commits and merge requests. That would be interesting, as I said before. And finally, maybe even have a way to customize weights and activities and network edges. So maybe contributing a whole new feature would be something that has a bigger weight than contributing something that's very minor. So that's it for us. Thank you for listening. And any questions?
Hi, thank you very much for this talk. We have 5 minutes for questions, and we have questions coming in.
Right on time.
I can read you those. So David Redondo asks, in the chat we thought that Heiko Becker was maybe in the top because he does the version increases. Shouldn't such commits be excluded since they somewhat distort the picture?
Want to give a shot at it, Christelle, or I go with that?
Did you say I should give it a shot?
Yeah, do you want to answer that, or I go for it?
Oh, you can go for it. That's okay.
All right. So yes, one of the reasons. So definitely, that's definitely something where you want to actually exclude those. It was easier. I mean, because we had stuff like this, right? But that used to be under different accounts, or that used to be via the account of a bot doing this, right? I remember, for instance, David Ford doing this kind of release work. And you don't see the commits coming really from him. So then they have a very well-known name, which is a bot name. And for those bots, we actually have exclude rules. In his case, that's actually harder because you don't want to remove him completely from the picture as well. So you cannot just say, well, that's him, so we just shoot his commits out and we don't display them. So definitely, yes, that skews a bit the picture, and that makes things a bit harder. Because you cannot separate between these two activities fairly easily, right?
Okay, thank you. We have another question, again from David Redondo. For the GitLab stats, I think it would make sense to keep in mind that only some projects moved to it in the beginning, and then the bulk did only start using it later.
Yes, that's what we try to show, right? When you see that big break in the trend, that's actually what we were trying to point at, right? You would see that in the beginning it was just ramping up, and then suddenly you see like everyone else coming in, right? So yeah, that definitely shows.
Okay, and last one, do you think, also from David Redondo, by the way, do you think it's possible to extract certain roles from the data, for example, querying for developers who do more of a managerial role, like David Fuhr?
I'm not sure I got the question correctly.
So I think just looking at the data, can you, I don't know, have a query that segregates people into managerial roles and another or different roles that you even didn't think about yet?
I think that's doable to make scripts which actually detects, right, based on some profile. In that particular case, that's in a way easy, right? Because there's a strong disconnect between the centrality when you look at the commit and the centrality when you look at the merge request, right? So if you compare those over time and you see that diverge in some direction, then you can say clearly the role of that person is changing, right? As long as the trend stays parallel, you cannot say much.
Okay, thank you very much, both of you. Those are all the questions. Thank you again. And now we'll be hearing from Paul and Manav. Let me.
Bye.
Bye. Yes, Paul and Manav are, if you're here, come join me with the cameras. Manav, you should rejoin audio to also use the microphone. And you can both.
Hello. Again.
Hello, hello. Manav, you have to.
Yeah, Manav can't speak because everybody's sleeping in his.
Oh, okay, okay.
So he can answer questions in the. He can answer questions. Can you invite him to the room, to the Academy Talks 1 room, because then he can answer there via text the technical questions, because he can't speak because everybody's asleep at this moment, because it's very late in India at this moment.
Oh, okay. So we can do that. Oh, and I see the presentation is already being uploaded. Very, very good. Okay, so during the talk, I will put something in the link here, in the chat here for you, and we'll go over that. Okay, are you ready to start?
Yes. As I say, I am just Manav will be answering the technical questions and any technical queries, because he's the person who did all the programming. I'm just going to explain why we did this. Okay?
Okay. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So in Promo we have a problem. Well, we have plenty of problems, but we have one specifically with social media. We have we post a lot to social media, and we post to many places on social media to cover a wide spectrum of people and to reach a lot of people. This is a very error-prone and long, not long, but tedious process, because we have to do it by hand. We do not publish the same message to different platforms, although the content may be the same, the form may change. So if we what we post to Facebook and to Facebook and Twitter, for example, may have a different phrasing as to what we post to LinkedIn, because LinkedIn is more professional, so we can't be so chatty, or what we post to Reddit, because Reddit users, well, they're quite particular, and so they don't respond the same to what we do on Twitter and Facebook, etc., etc. Obviously, when we post to Instagram, again, it changes because Instagram is a more visual medium, etc. So when we have to post something to social media, there's quite a lot of work involved, right? And it can take quite long, and as I say, it's quite error prone, because you can post something and then you realize you've got a mistake and you have to take it back, or whatever, or you post the wrong message to the wrong platform, and then you have to take that back and substitute it with the new one, etc. That is the first problem we have. We have another problem that is about scheduling. So a lot of platforms have a scheduling feature that allows you to post stuff at a later date or at a later time. So you can post stuff, for example, that you need to post for another time zone that is not yours. You can post it at 4 o'clock in the morning, but you don't have to stay up, so you can post it. But not all platforms have it. And every platform implements scheduling in a different way, and that is, again, is a bit of a mess. So, for example, if Twitter has scheduling through TweetDeck, Facebook has scheduling built in, Mastodon has scheduling built in also, but no actual, you can't do it from the web interface. You have scheduling can only be done from a mobile application, so you can't do it from the desktop client either. Reddit has just included scheduling for mods, but if you're not a mod, you can't use scheduling, etc., etc., etc. And as I say, they're all different. They all use different formats, and so it's a mess. You have to, again, it takes a lot of time, and it is not convenient. We have another problem with social media, in that we're talking about credentials here, about accessing stuff. So some platforms do implement users that have different privileges that access different accounts, so you can have a team. So on Facebook you can have an admin and you can have an editor, and they have different privileges. Editors can only post, and admins can do things like post, but also they can ban people, or they can remove comments and stuff like that. TweetDeck also has a certain degree of credentials and roles. Mastodon has nothing. PeerTube has nothing. Reddit has mods, but that is a different thing altogether. So basically, on many of the platforms we post, I think Instagram doesn't have any any roles either in any shape or form, and he can confirm this. So on those platforms that don't have roles, it's either all on or nothing. So if somebody wants to post to Mastodon, for example, they have access to everything. They could delete the whole account if they wanted instead of posting. They could do all sorts of things. This, of course, is also a problem. We have looked into existing solutions, and they do exist. There is a famous one called Toot Suite, which you would probably have heard about. Their logo is a little owl. Yeah, and there are many more. There are whole dashboards for posting to social media, but they don't really help us because of several problems they have. So the first one is represented graphically here. None of them are free in any sense of the word. So they all you always have to pay for them, or you get a very watered down version that only lets you post nothing, not what we want. And they are also all proprietary, which comes with another problem, and that is that they are a bit spy. They part of their business also means harvesting the data that really should be for you, right? About your users and about what you post and so on, which does not marry well with any of our principles. The other problem they have is that, okay, I didn't know how to represent graphically a service, so I just drew a dot. So they ignore the existence of the Fediverse completely. They have the typical things. They have anything that becomes popular and is proprietary goes. So they have Twitter, they have YouTube, they have Facebook, they have Instagram, TikTok, etc. But there's nothing like Mastodon or Diaspora or anything like that. So and we post to these places. We have a special interest in promoting our stuff on the Fediverse, because that is sort of like the ecosystem of social media platforms that we can most identify with. And the final problem that these services have is that they are very inflexible. You get what you get. If another platform comes along that you are interested in, you have to wait until they implement it, and if they have no interest in implementing it, then you just don't get to post there via their service, and that's it. So these things exist, but they would not work for us very well. And the fact is that we have been going after solving this problem for literally years, and we have never found a service that would help us. So enter our solution, and I'm going to play a video. I hope you can hear it. If not, Adam, please tell me if you can't hear it. I'm going to transfer. This is always a bit dodgy. I'm going to transfer the screen control to the video player. This is Manav, my colleague, running a demo of what he developed during a season of KDE to solve this problem. This is a proof of concept. Stuff works. So let's see if you can hear it. If not, Manav can explain later what's going on, or live or whatever. So let's see. Here we go. I'll make that full screen. And here goes.
Okay, so good evening everyone, and Hi, I'm Manav, and today I'm going to give you a short demonstration of Kockatoo, which is a social media app I built during SOK. And the idea behind Kockatoo was that the promo team used to spend a lot of time posting to different platforms. The content was same or similar. So I wanted to work on this application that would let you post just to one place, and it would then post accordingly to the other platforms. So the app itself is built on top of Fast API. So if we let me just also show you how to actually run the app itself. So step one is to export the part for the credentials, which are the all the social media credentials. So we need that environment variable set, and then we can run the main server. Okay, so yes, yeah. So now that we have the server running, let's head to localhost 8000. Here we are. So currently there is no client. I worked on the server. I am currently working on a CLI client. So meanwhile, let's just head to /docs, which is the documentation endpoint for the Swagger UI. So basically, Swagger UI will let you test and mock APIs. It's similar to
Oh, sorry, Paul, you need to unmute yourself. It's the sound is coming from the mic. Sorry.
okay. So let's just get to posting. So the platforms that are currently supported are Twitter, Mastodon, and Reddit. So first of all, let's just post to all platforms. I'm just going to type all. The image that we have a test image in the main directory as well. So I'm just going to say test.png. The text is, let's say the text is going to be never gonna give you the time. So now I'm not adding a time right now, but you could add a date timestamp over here, and you could specify what date and what time to post. So currently, if you don't add a time, it gives you a buffer of 2 minutes, and after 2 minutes, it posts automatically. So let's enter the Mastodon base URL. So my Mastodon account is registered with mastodon.com. The subreddit that we're going to post to is Pythons and log. The Reddit text is never gonna give you up, never gonna let you up. Okay. So now let's just execute this. So it says start the scheduler to using this to start the jobs, and then it gives us an ID for each of the jobs. Now if I go to sched start, let's just start. It says scheduler started. Now if I do, there's another endpoint that you can call with the scheduler. It's sched get. So you can do this to get what the jobs are currently. As you can see, let me just zoom in a little bit. As you can see, we have the ID and the date time over here. So it's 5:36 IST. Currently it's 5:34. So for the next couple of minutes, let me talk a little bit about the tech stack that is used over here, and then we can see the post actually happen. So the primary tech stack, as I have mentioned before, is Fast API that powers all this entire backend. Other things that you can do with this are basically, you could potentially, of course, you have a ping endpoint to just check if the server is running properly, and then you could also look at the user's endpoint to see your user information, which I'm not going to do right now, and you can have post to the token endpoint for authentication. So it's 35. Let's wait for 1 more minute. So another thing which you could do, which I'm not gonna do right now, but you could potentially go and just add you could call the cancel endpoint with an ID. So you could just paste this ID over here and cancel the job. I want to demo all three, so I'm not going to cancel the job right now. And so with Fast API, we have AP scheduler, which is advanced Python scheduler for handling all the scheduling. So one important thing that we wanted to have with this app was that it could have crew scheduling built into it. So it has a server and a client. The server runs 24/7. The client just schedules the post on the server, and it doesn't matter if your laptop gets destroyed or whatever. The server is still there, and the post is still going to happen. So it's 36. Let's see if the post has happened. So we have a bunch of logs here telling us that initially first is posted to Mastodon, then to Twitter, and then to Reddit. And we have the response for everything over here also. So now let's just go and see the post, actual post. So we have this post on Reddit. Then we hopefully refresh Twitter. Yes, 48 seconds ago this post. And we have 50 seconds ago this post on Mastodon. So this is how Kockatoo works. Currently, there is no actual client for this. I am working on a simple CLI client that is just going to parse the YAML file, and it's going to schedule all the posts for you. Yeah, so this is pretty much it for the demo. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So that was the demo. Thank you. I mean, thanks, Manav, for recording that. I have watched that demo like 3 or 4 times, and I always get excited when I see the post actually pop up in the social media platforms. Although I already know that it's going to happen, but anyway. Anyway, so this solves several things. It solves the problem of multi-posting. Let me qualify that. It's not because Manav has done a bad job or anything like that. As you can see, it works. The thing is that at the moment, and this is what Manav was able to develop in the time allocated in the season of KDE. At the moment, it posts only to 3 of the platforms that we support, that we regularly post to. So it posts to Reddit, it posts to Twitter, and it posts to Mastodon, right? We have tried Facebook, but Facebook is very, very complicated. We'll figure it out sooner or later. And so on. So multi-posting works, and also scheduling works. Scheduling already works completely well, as you have been able to see. And as Manav said, what happens is that you can have a server out on the internet running 24/7, and you can post your stuff. You can send the stuff to the server, and the server will be in charge of scheduling it, not each individual platform. So the scheduling happens at the server level, not on the platform. So we don't have to worry about all the different ways scheduling has been implemented in each of the platforms. Then this is not implemented yet. This is the question of roles. So what we want to have is to be able to have teams accessing the server with different privileges. So that you will have an admin who will be able to assign roles. You will have an editor who will be able to post but not assign roles, for example, and things like that. That is not done yet, but well, it is in our future. We are, as you saw from the video, it does have a login, so it's not open to anybody. But at the moment, it's very much like one only user. But hey, you know, again, when we get this implemented, it will solve a lot of problems, because each platform, Facebook and Twitter and Reddit, etc., implements roles in a different way again. So we will have only one way, and it will be done by the Kockatoo server. Next. This is private. You can run it on your own server, or you can run it locally, and you can just connect to it locally. So no, although of course we haven't stress tested it for vulnerabilities or anything like that. We haven't done anything like that. It is already a bit better than sharing all your stuff with the platform that you pay for. So, you know, because you can run it locally and it only gets the stuff you want it to get. And oh, before I go on that, I've missed apparently a slide. It is also flexible because it's plugin based. So each of the platforms it posts to is implemented in a plugin. So as new social media platforms appear, or if you want to do a niche, if you want to post to a niche platform, you would have to develop. Obviously, you would have to develop a plugin for that and just plug it into the Kockatoo server, and you will have it implemented. Now, how hard it is going to be to write the plugin for that platform will depend on the API of the platform, of course. But for things like the Fediverse, it's pretty easy because they document everything is open, etc. For Twitter, apparently it wasn't very hard either, and for Reddit either. Facebook, we did have a problem, but there you go. Yeah, so it's time to meet our mascot. As the title of the talk said, this is called Kockatoo, because Kockatoo are noisy little birds and we make noise on social media, and that's why it's Kockatoo, and also because Kockatoo spelled with a K, of course. And our mascot is called Carmen, which is a nice little cockatoo, and it was designed by somebody on the Krita Artist Discourse forum. He was very, very kind, and he created all this, and he created our logo, and he created a little icon, and they are very pretty and very funny. Now comes what we need from you folks. So to continue the process, of course, Manav is going to continue developing, but it would be good if we had some support from other developers. So, for example, I've divided them into what we want: short-term, mid-term, and long-term. Short-term, we need a client, mainly a proof of concept client. Manav tried to develop a CLI client for this talk, but he didn't have time. So we want first something that we can just use from the command line, just to test it. And we also need the rest of the plugins for the rest of the platforms we support. So as I say, Facebook, we haven't got a plugin. We haven't got a plugin for Instagram. We haven't got a plugin for LinkedIn, and we haven't got a plugin for Hacker News either, and we haven't got one for Diaspora. And those, I think, are all the platforms that we regularly post to, and we need a plugin for each of those, right? That's the short term. Then we would need, this is not in any particular order of importance, but we would need to implement the roles and privileges, of course. As I mentioned before, at the moment, it is one user gets the login and does all the posting. And we would want to be able to assign teams to posting, because that is what we actually have in Promo. We have actually a team of people who have access to the social media platforms, and they are who post. We would also want to implement accounts. Now, this is different from implementing roles and privileges. I, for example, I manage 3 accounts for KDE. I manage the KDE 3 accounts for KDE on Twitter. Sorry, I manage the KDE community account. I also can post to the Academy account, and I can also post to the LabPlot account. So we would also want to implement that one user could have several accounts. So several people should be able to post to one account, and one person should be able to post to several accounts, ideally, right? So that's another thing. It will also be cool to have a convergent client. I don't know if the Kockatoo people are here, but if they are, if you can convert your Mastodon client into a Kockatoo client, that would be really, really cool. So that we could have a graphic client. I don't know what that would look like because, as I say, this is not a one-to-one thing. You don't have one message to one account like you would have in your Kockatoo. You have potentially several messages to several platforms. How that would look, instead of a big long list of fields and stuff like that, maybe something node based. I don't know what it would look like. This is, I think, an interesting challenge. We also want to create the API documentation so that people outside from our immediate, outside even from KDE, can develop plugins for their own platforms. And we want to set up a server. We want to set up a server for the KDE community so that all projects can post using this system to all the social media accounts they have. This would be really, really cool thing to have. Long term, well, it would be interesting to turn it into an end user package. So package the server with maybe a watered down server with a client, so that people could just have it installed locally on their desktops or on their mobile phones or whatever, and they could manage several of their own accounts. Not maybe getting rid of the team stuff, maybe getting rid of the multiple role stuff, so that it's a watered down version and it works on a phone, so that you can just put it out like an app and people can manage several accounts, there's several social media accounts from one place. It would be nice to have a dashboard to see how posts are going. This is a typical thing in the other proprietary solutions. So you post and it also tells you how it's doing, what sort of engagement it's getting, how it's doing compared to other posts you have made, etc., etc., etc. That would be nice. I mean, it's not a priority. It would also be this engagement feature is just being able to respond to when people comment or reply, etc., to whatever you tweet or whatever you post on Reddit, etc., directly from that. Again, not super urgent, not a super priority, but nice to have. And finally, make it into a service that the whole world can enjoy. That would be a great thing to be able to do. So that's it. And I think we have 10 minutes. Is that correct, Adam?
Yes, we have 10 minutes.
So we have, that's the end of the presentation. And you can find the code there, right? That is Manav's personal repository on event. So questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Paul. Thank you, Manav, for the presentation, the demo. We don't have questions yet from the audience, but personally, I would like to ask a bit about the mascot, if I can. Yes. I really like sorry, what was the name again?
Carmen.
Carmen, the
Carmen the Kockatoo, all with K.
Okay, amazing. So will it join the other big mascots of KDE as a
Yes, exactly. We followed AK. We followed IK's lead. He when he was making Kyogi, he went to also to the Blender Artists Forum and asked. And wow, the people there, they are so kind and they're so talented. I mean, it was no question. After a day, we had like 5 different mascots in different styles. This is the one we like most. It's because it's really cute and funny.
Yeah, it's a very nice nice mascot. Yeah, so I'm not seeing questions right now. So
This always happens to me. Everybody goes to the other room. Everybody's watching the QT, the Qt 6 talk by Lars. You should put me when something rubbish is happening in the other room, not something good.
First of all, there's never rubbish on Academy.
No, that's true.
Second of all, we do have viewers, and they were enjoying the talk. I'm very sure. They're just probably not sure what to ask the tool. It's a new tool.
I think there's a lot of technical things you could ask Manav. There's tons of technical things you could ask.
Yeah, I think for the technical stuff, maybe Manav can hang out in the Academy tags room, and in that case, so we can just chat about that, or in the just Academy attendees general chat as well. Okay, thank you very much, both of you for this presentation, and good luck with using Kockatoo and upgrading it with new features.
Thank you. Let's hope somebody saw this.
Paul, I'm pretty sure people did. I'm pretty sure people did. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, and following this, let me just check here. Yep. Following this, we'll have Albert with the KDE Qt 5.15 patch collection. That will start in a couple of minutes. So see you then. Hi everyone, in just a few moments we'll have the KDE Qt 5.15 patch collection with Albert. Albert, if you're here, you can join me in camera and microphone if you wish. In the meantime, I'll tell you about the upcoming schedule. So after Albert's talk, we'll have Nuno presenting his, well, I'm not sure if it's dioxygen or O squared. Albert, what do you think? How do you pronounce it?
I don't know, Oxygen 2, maybe.
Oxygen 2.
I mean, we had Oxygen, which was the icon theme, right? So that's Oxygen 2. Oxygen squared, who knows?
Yep. Hard to say. And then after Nuno, the track number 2 will close and everyone will meet here in track 1 for Aleix presenting Working Professionally with KDE. And after that, we'll have the final block of the BOF wrap-up, Academy Awards, closing remarks, etc. So, Albert, Academy is almost over. What are your overall feelings?
It was good. I liked it. I mean, it's not substitute for meeting in person, but pretty solid.
Yeah, I'm already thinking about next Academy, to be honest.
I did enjoy the bias training. It shows you how your brain is broken, even if you don't want it.
Yes, on the week ago, right? On Friday. We
Yeah,
had the
Friday
trainings.
last week. Yeah.
Yeah. So you attended that one.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Okay, if you are ready to go, I'm sure the audience is as well. Albert, take it away.
Okay, so let's go. Hello, thank you for being on my talk. I know, it's, as Paul said, there's always very nice talks competing on the same slot, so thank you for being here. I'm Albert. You can see my address there and my IRC nick and handle in most of the services out there is TSDG-EOS. I know it's hard, don't try to pronounce it, just write it. Okay, so I cannot change the slides. I can change the slides, good. So a bit of who I've been a developer in KDE since 2003. I'm very close to my 20th anniversary already, so that's a lot. Obviously, since I've been in KDE for a long time, I've done a lot of things. Just a few things there to mention. KPDF that later became Ocular. I've been doing translations, both like translating to Catalan and as a co-coordinator with Luigi for the translators. I've been doing releases of KDE Gear and all the things that we named before KDE Gear that are the same thing. Worked with games, Edu. I was the founding president of KDE España, which is the local association for KDE in Spain. I was a board member for the KDE EV, so yeah, a bit of everything. Now, you maybe already know that, knew that because I've been in KDE for a long time, and people meet me here, but this talk is also about Qt, right? So let me speak about the Qt side. Qt is a bit more strict than us, KDE, while giving people committing powers. So they are, you can contribute a lot of patches and still not get approval rights, which approval rights mean you can approve somebody else's patches, right? So I got a Qt approval rights in 2018, which is fine. I mean, I've contributed 400 patches, which, depending who you ask, but might be a lot or might be not a lot. I think it's a good number. I don't feel like I've contributed huge amounts of code, but yeah, I know a bit how it works, so I think it's fair. So after the introduction, disclaimer, this is my opinion, right? This is not KDE's opinion. This is not my employer's opinion. This is just my opinion, right? Because I mean, there's some things we're gonna talk about, which are history, and history is more or less set in stone, so that's probably true, though it's always interpretable. But some of the things are going to be my interpretation on current events, right? So just to make clear, this is just me. If you have to hate or flame someone, hate me. So a bit of history. I hope you all know Qt is this thing we use in KDE to do user interfaces, right? So it was introduced in 1996, and it used something called the Qt Free Edition license, which you could not redistribute, so it made it not be free software, right? I'm gonna do a small side here. If you're ever doing some software and you want to write a license for it, do not write a license for it. There's already a gazillion of licenses out there, so just pick one that really exists. Writing a license is very, very hard, so don't do it. Like, just reuse something. I'm 99.999% sure that there's a license out there that does what you want, right? So it was written by lawyers and all those people that know better than us, engineers, coders, whatever, what to do. So yeah, don't do that. Then it happened that KDE started using Qt, and KDE was so amazing compared to what there was in Linux before. People started to get worried, right? Because even though KDE was GPL, Qt wasn't, and it wasn't even free software, right? So it was like, what do we do here? Like, this is nice, but it's not nice because of the license. So the Qt people recognized that, and in 1998, they together with us, we created this thing called the KDE Free Qt Foundation, which is always a mouthful to say, right? And the first thing that the foundation is, which is very clear, is the purpose of the foundation is guaranteeing that Qt will be available for free software now and in the future, right? So that's what the foundation is about. Like, the core, like the mandate of the foundation is making sure that happens, right? And then there's a few other clauses which are supposed to be a bit about getting the people that were developing Qt, which back then was Trolltech. I didn't make a typo in the space. If you look at the announcement, there's a space there. So I guess they changed their naming later because we're all used to getting Trolltech written together. But the announcement was with a space in the middle. So it's not my fault. There's a few clauses there that say, well, I mean, you have to release Qt every so often, and if you don't, it's going to be relicensed. Well, the foundation will have the right to relicense under BSD license. Right? There's a lot of legalese around that, but so that's a bit to make sure that Qt just keeps on developing and releasing a free version of Qt we could use. Right? So moving a bit forward, there's this thing, and we were using it was Qt1 and Qt2 and Qt3 and Qt4, and eventually they did Qt5, right? Well, they've done a Qt6 now, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. So when they did Qt5, they realized that, well, I mean, this is going to be a biggest change, and let's make Qt 4.8 long-term support. So this way we can have people stay in Qt 4.8 for a while we make sure that Qt 5 gets mature enough and everything can be ported to it, right? And that was actually a very good idea. You can see that Plasma 5 was only released in 2014, so that's 2 years after Qt 5, right? So there was a whole 2 years that Qt 5 was already released, but Plasma, or whatever you would call it, KDE desktop back then, I don't remember, Plasma 4 already, right? Yeah, Plasma was still based on Qt 4, right? So it makes sense to be having releases of Qt 4 in case there's small bugs or whatever, right? So you can see that the last Qt 4.8 release was in May 2015, so that's 4 years after 4.8. So that's a very good decision, in my opinion, from the Qt company. Well, not the Qt company. I don't know who was developing Qt back then. Probably still Trolltech or Nokia. I don't remember. Anyhow, the people that were developing Qt, very good decision for them, making sure that we could use a stable Qt while we worked on the next version of Plasma that used the new Qt, right? So fast forward a bit more, and we get Qt 5, right? And Qt 5, so in Qt 4, they had never had the concept of long-term support until the last version, right? Until Qt 4.8. In Qt 5, they introduced the concept a bit more, and every 3 versions after 5.6, you got a long-term support, right? So you got 5.6, 5.9, 5.12, and 5.15 as long-term support. Qt 5.12, it's still supported as long-term support. There was a release in May this year. So there was I don't remember the dot, I think it was 5.12.11. So they've been doing 5.12 for a while, and they did another one just in May this year. One of the things that happened last year in January is that they announced that Qt 5.15 wouldn't, it would be LTS, but only for commercial customers, right? Which is like, that's not cool, right? Because, okay, whatever, I mean, you do this, like most of the people doing the Qt development are from the Qt company, so sure, you get to decide that, but one of the reasons they argued, right, was like, yeah, it's like, we need lots of manpower to do this backporting to Qt 5.15, so yeah, we're gonna put it behind the commercial customers, so, they pays for itself, and fair enough, I mean, sure, there's lots of work to do, backporting stuff and whatnot, but, I mean, they're still releasing 5.12, right? So that argument doesn't work a lot, because like, why do you still release 5.12 as an open source product, but not 5.15? Right? That's their decision. There's not much we can do about it, right? They are their own entity, and they will do whatever they think it's better for them. So yeah, the first release, the first commercial release of Qt 5.15 was in March this year, 1 month earlier than the last 5.12. So do we need, as KDE, long-term support? Personally, I think we don't in the most of the cases, right? Until now, we have not been using neither 5.6 nor 5.9 nor 5.12 extensively, right? Most of our distribution channels, be it like either like Linux distributions or BSD distributions or those kind of big monsters that release our software together with a million more things, they've always basically been either on the last version, if it's a rolling release kind of thing, or on the Qt version that was released when they did a version, right? So like if you had Fedora 31, so well, whatever, Fedora 31 had the Qt that was late released when Fedora 31, right? There were not really many use cases for the LTS, and for things we release ourselves, like the app images or the Windows binaries and stuff, we mostly always went to the last Qt too, right? So we didn't really use the long-term support of Qt much, but Qt 5.15 is a special case, right? It's the same that happened with Qt 4. Qt 6 has been released, and there's been 6.0 and 6.1, and 6.2 is almost around the corner. And now maybe with Qt 6.2, we could start using it, but it's going to be a while until we do, right? If you've been during the week attending the frameworks talks or BOVs, it's not going to happen overnight, right? So we are going to be using Qt 5.15 for a while. So, well, we did the best thing we could, given that the Qt company didn't want to keep an open source version of Qt 5.15, which is creating our patch collection, right? We don't need a patch collection. It might have just been the distros doing patches, right? This happens relatively often, that for unreleased software, distros keep patches on top of the released software. But that's just so terrible. Like you go and check the patches that one distro ships against one package, and then that hasn't been released maybe for like 10 years, and go to another distro and they have different patches. And it's like, that's not good. So we tried to make that wouldn't happen and centralize everything in one place, right? So that's what the patch collection is. So what do you mean by patch collection? Right? It's a weird name. Well, so it's actually not a patch collection. It's just a Git repositories, right? So they are hosted in Invent, which is our GitLab. That thing over there, invent.kd/Qt/Git, has like, I don't know, 20 or more repositories inside, which is all the Qt repositories, right? It's basically a mirror of those repositories. It gets updated every 3 hours, I think, last time I talked with this admin. And on top of the mirroring, we have our own branch, right? So each of those repositories has a KDE/515 branch, which is where we put our things. That branch was created on the latest commit available for the 515 branch, which is good because so that's past 515.12, right? There are a few more commits there than the 515.2. There's a few more commits there than there are in the latest available tarball. We have to assume those are nice bug fixes that the Qt people wanted to have released, so that's why we started from there. Unfortunately, some of the Git repos had changed version already, and some haven't. So some of the Git repos started calling themselves 515.3, and some others still didn't. So it's not super awesome if you compile everything from there, but life is tough. So as you can see, it's not really a patch collection. It's just Git commits, right? I mean, Git commits are patches, but yeah, I mean, they're actually Git commits, right? So in that KDE 515 branch, branches, one for each repository, we have commits that fix at least one of the issues, which is either security issues, right? So like there's a huge issue with the PNG handler, and when you load a PNG, it will delete all your files, right? I mean, that hasn't happened, and it probably won't happen, but that would be one of the cases that could happen. Or crashes, like when I don't know, connect to a website that uses SSL blah, 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 it crashes, so we would fix that. Or, I mean, more generic functional defects, like, I don't know, there's something wrong with Qpush button. And I mean, that's kind of strange because Qt is very well tested and very well used, so it would be much more of an edge case, right, if that happens, but we just covered our bases, right? Okay. So given your description, you could, like the description I just gave, you could say, well, then you did a fork, right? You call it a fork. Don't call it a patch collection, which is like nobody knows what a patch collection is. People know what a fork is. But the thing is, we don't think it's a fork. We don't have new features, right? So it's only bug fixes in the broad term of a bug fix. And on top of that, we require every patch that we're merging to our branch to have it been first merged or released or developed or committed in the Qt dev branch, right? The Qt dev branch is where the Qt 6 development is happening. And that makes a lot of sense because eventually we're going to go to Qt 6, right? As we mentioned, it's going to be this year or next year or the other, but we will use Qt 6 at some point. And all the fixes we have for 515, we obviously want them to also be in Qt 6. So just do that. Let's put them in Qt 6, and then we just cherry pick them into our branch, and everyone's happy, right? Of course, there's a star there in every, right? So it's every star patch. We already actually have at least one patch that is not upstream, and that's because the file disappeared, right? So that file doesn't exist anymore on Qt 6. So obviously, there's no reason for that fix to be in Qt 6. So, well, I mean, we're not gonna give ourselves some rules that are so I mean, strong that prevent us from actually fixing what we want, right? So the guideline is if we backport the patch, it has to be a backport, right? So it has to come from Qt 6. But if there is a really good reason for that patch not to be in Qt 6, like the class doesn't exist anymore, well, then we will accept the patch potentially, right? We have a free software focus in this patch collection, or non-fork, as I call it sometimes. If you come to us and say, there's this commit in Git 6 that makes it not crash in QNX or integrity, it's like, yeah, I know. Congratulations, you can carry this patch yourself, right? It's like, there is no free software in QNX that I know of, or if there is, it's very limited, and we don't have access to QNX or whatever. So it's like, yeah, free software focus, right? Which it makes sense. So who decides what goes in and what doesn't go in, right? So it's created by a small group of people. At the moment, I think it's 8 people or 7 people, counting myself. So it's not very big, but it's reasonable, right? So we can each other make sure that we're not making mistakes when cherry picking patches and whatnot. That group of people is the intersection of people that are KDE developers and Qt approvers. So it's people that know both worlds, like the free software world and the KDE and the Qt world, which is also free software, but more narrow in Qt. Better, so we thought that was a good starting point, right? Obviously, that doesn't mean that if you're a free software developer that is doing Qt software outside of KDE, and you're a Qt approver, or maybe not a Qt approver, but you can prove to us that you know Qt very well, and you want to join helping us, talk to us. I mean, this is not a very select club, right? It's just a club that we try to make big enough that it would work, but we're happy to have more people on board. Okay, so now you've told me what it is, and it sounds like a good idea, right? As a user, I want the fixes, right? That's what users want. I mean, they sometimes also want features, shiny new features that are good for users, but they also want fixes. So how do I get those fixes? That's a bit of the hard part right now. We're not making releases, and I know this is not very, this is a bit controversial sometimes, but we decided not to make releases because how do you make a release, right? So the Qt company has released something they called 5.15.3. We could also make a release and call it 5.15.3, but that would be the most confusing thing ever, right? So we should not do that. So we could call it 5.15.2 random number or .kde.1. That might work, but when do we make the releases? It's like we just get patches into our Git repo as we see the problems being an issue, right? So we see an issue, it's like, oh, this needs fixed, and we put it. So would we do a release every day or every time we do a commit? I don't know. We went for the decision of not making releases. Obviously, as everything can be changed. There was a recent discussion on the release team about this, but it kind of died a little. So as a user, you can kind of manually compile it from Git. This is terrible. It will take forever once you start compiling Qt Web Engine. But that's one way. If you're a developer, we switched KDE source build to use it, I think last week. So you will get it probably. If you're using Flatpak app, the Flatpak runtime is built from the Qt, the non-fork we have of Qt. So every Flatpak app is fine. I know it's used in some distros. To be honest, I must apologize here because I didn't do as much research as I should have. I know Arch Linux uses it. I'm almost sure Gentoo uses it. I saw a patch yesterday for OpenSUSE to start using it. I think it said use the KDE patch collection. I don't know to which. I mean, OpenSUSE is a bit confusing to me sometimes because it has lots of releases going on. So I don't know to which of the releases it applies, but there is some work going on there. So I think as a user, you should talk to your distro and ask if they're using it. And as a distro, you should talk to us if you don't and explain us your pain points. I do acknowledge that the not released part is a pain point, so let's try to have a better conversation there if it's really blocking you. But I think it's a good idea to people start using it. So if you're a developer, how can you help, right? So we're kind of lucky here in the sense that the Qt development workflow changed recently, and they decided that everything is going to go to the development branch, and then fixes that are like commits that are actually fixes will be cherry-picked backport to the branches that need fixing, right? So if you fix something nowadays in deb, you would mark it with, okay, this fixes a bug, please backport it to 6.2, maybe 6.1, and 5.15, right? Which is great because then we can just go to the commit log and see everything that has been marked as this needs to be cherry-picked to 5.15. So I wrote like 10 lines of terrible script and wrote a bot, well, not a bot, script that I run like, I don't know, every day, every 2 days, that just creates an issue in this URL saying, okay, I found the commit that is marked as this should be backport to 5.15. Maybe we could have a look, right? One thing we decided to do is to not backport everything blindly, right? I mean, we could have done that. It's probably not the best of ideas, right? Because, I mean, the fact that someone made a commit against deb and said, yeah, this needs to be port to 5.15 doesn't mean that it will actually apply one-to-one, right? It happens often that you need to do small changes because the code has changed from 6 to 15. And B, I mean, it doesn't mean that it might not break something in 15. And since we don't see everything that goes on the 5.15 branch, they might have had a commit that just went directly there and we didn't see it. So yeah, we just backport the things that we see that make sense. I mean, we've backported a lot of Wayland things because Wayland is one of the things we're working and it's slowly improving, right? So we've backported lots of those. We've backported also, I mean, one of the things we first really realized we needed this for is GCC 11 was released and it changed a bit the includes for the standard library, like for the C++ standard library, to be better, actually, right? So they include between themselves a bit less, but that means that some of the Qt code stopped compiling, right? Because it's hard to figure out all the includes you need. You basically just compile, and if it's compiled, it's like, cool, this is enough, right? It's that works. But with GCC 11, there was some, I think it was limits include that is not include anymore while including, I don't know, std vector or whatever. So Qt stopped compiling. So, well, we definitely needed that, right? We needed a way to have a Qt 5.15 that would compile with GCC 11. So that was one of the very important things we decided to backport, obviously. So a bit of the future. KDE will move to Qt 6 at some point, right? I mean, as I mentioned, probably not this year, maybe at the end of the year, who knows? Most probably next year, right? That means that obviously our focus on maintaining a 5.15 budget will decrease a little. Not totally, because obviously distributions are going to keep shipping Plasma 5 for a while, right? So we will still maintain to some degree the 5.15 budget for very important issues, obviously, right? If you imagine that GCC 12 comes out and we have the same problem that things don't compile, obviously we will fix that, right? But I mean, I think it makes sense that as we move more towards Qt 6, we will put less effort on this budget collection. So 5.15.3 was released on March, as I mentioned. Will we get this as open source at all? I don't know. I mean, there's this clause about Qt having to release the things 12 months later than they release them, but I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if that actually applies, or since they already released Qt 6, they are already covered by that. We will see, and what will happen if they actually release it. Right? If they actually release it, it's going to be a kind of a pain for us. I mean, it's going to be good, right? I mean, we want them to release it, don't get me wrong, because it will obviously have fixes, and we want those. But if they release it as a tarball, how do we mix that with the bug fixes we already have or not? So, I mean, Qt company people, if you're listening, please do release 5.15.3 as open source, and please do release it as a Git repo so we can just rebase, merge, whatever, which will make our life so much easier. So Qt is releasing 6.2 soon-ish. I don't remember, but in a few months. And it's going to be LTS, again, only commercially, right? So are we going to have a 6.2 KDE patch collection? I don't know. I mean, I don't have I can see the future. But as I mentioned before, there hasn't been much use for intra-version LTS releases in KDE. So if you made me bet right now, my bet would be that we will not have a 6.2 patch collection, but who knows, right? I mean, the future might be interesting in this regard. Okay, so this was the end of my talk. I want you to ask yourself these 4 questions, and I'm going to actually give you my answers. So in case you were not paying attention, you can get 4 quick overviews of what it was about. So who's doing this? It's us, it's KDE, right? So when are we doing it? We're doing it right now. How? We're doing it in Invent. There's some branches that we cherry pick commits from the Qt company, well, not the Qt company, the Qt upstream committers. So we get the fixes we need. Why? Well, because I mean, we need it, right? We're gonna be stuck for the good definition of stuck with Qt 5.15 for a while. So we need to make sure that Qt 5.15 stays in good shape, right? So that's it. Now I think I have some time for questions. So if there are questions, I will try to answer them as best as I can.
Yes, thank you very much, Albert. We indeed have time for questions, and we do have questions. So starting with one from Jonathan Riddle. Will the Qt 5.15.x commercial releases be open sourced at all, or does the KDE Free Qt agreement not require that?
Right. So that I mentioned that in my -1 slide. I'm not sure. We have to look at that more carefully, because as I mentioned, there's lots of legalese around it, and it says there has to be a continued development of Qt, blah blah blah. But that Qt 6 is continued development of Qt, right? So if that applies to all the releases and only some of the releases, I'm not sure. I should know better, because I am part of the Qt Free Foundation now, but yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I mean,
okay,
but
yep.
Yeah, we have to look into it.
Okay, next question, also from Jonathan, is the Qt ABI has been bumped to 5.15 free. Are there plans for when to bump it again?
Right, so that's the thing I mentioned too. We didn't bump the ABI. The ABI was bumped for us, right? We started on the top of the Qt 5.15 branches, and the ABI number had already been changed. It's not us that has decided to change anything. So we are not going to change anything because we didn't change this thing. So it's going to be stay there forever unless we get releases from Qt and we put ourselves on top, and then it will be changed, but we're not going to change that.
Okay, thanks. And the final question I see here is from Shinjo, and I'm sending a link that was part of the question in our chat here. Have you heard about this patch set, probably originating from Telegram? And it seems to be a patch set to Qt.
Okay, we have not seen that. Yeah, I just clicked the link. I had not seen that before. I'm not even sure if I should be looking at this, because if those patches are not contributed upstream to Qt, that always creates weird
Okay.
licensing weird licensing issues. So I've closed the batch now. But yeah, I mean, we should have maybe go talk to them and say, hey, work with us, because as I mentioned before, it's always a silly idea to do the same thing twice, right? I mean, if you can do it once, why would you do it twice, right? So it doesn't make any sense for us to be keeping a patch set and for the Telegram people, if this is the Telegram people, keeping a patch set, right? It's just let's keep one, and everyone will be happier.
Of course. That was all of the questions. Albert, thank you very much for this talk, for this presentation. And yeah, we'll be seeing each other probably on the closing sessions. Okay, thank you, Albert.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye. Coming up next, we'll be seeing Nuno and his working progress of Oxygen Squared, Oxygen 2. I hope Nuno will tell me how to pronounce it. See you in a few minutes. Oh, hi, Nuno. I see you've already joined the cameras. Do you want to take a few minutes before we start?
Okay. Hello. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah, I saw you joining the cameras. I was wondering if you wanted to chat for a few minutes before we
Yeah, sure.
Start.
Yeah.
So please tell me how to pronounce the name.
Oh, very good question. I noticed you, and I'll do exactly the same thing, because sometimes it will be oxygen squared, oxygen to the power of 2, oxygen 2. I make it up as I go along. So I'll probably call it oxygen all the time. I have no idea. It's 2.0, but I didn't want it to be like that. So yeah, squared. It has to be squared, or else I can have problems with the stupid telecommunications company in the UK, the Oxygen thing, and their logo it's a O with a 2. Right, and apparently that can cause me problems because O's and 2's. I have no comments, but I'm not oxygen. I'm O to the square. So
okay,
O squared. O squared.
O
squared. I'm squared.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Have you been following Akademy so far?
Yep. I followed the first Academy proper, not the Bobs, not the. This week's I've been like absurdly crazy in terms of work. I haven't been able to be at Academy most. But yeah, I went to a few talks. Good stuff. Yeah, it's the usual, right?
Yeah, of course. I see someone in the chat proposing a different pronunciation. So O.
I think I'll make a joke about it while I'm doing it, because I'm going to pronounce multiple names. Okay. I'm going to try to pronounce everything.
I'm sure everyone will love it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, we still have a couple of minutes before we start. Let me just remind everyone what's on the schedule. After Nuno is finished, we'll be welcoming all the viewers that are currently in track number 2, and we'll be joining Aleix with his working professionally with KDE talk. After that, unfortunately, we'll be closing Academy with the both wrap up Academy Awards, closing remarks, etc., etc. Prepare handkerchiefs for tears and whatever else you need. I'll be setting your presentation.
Ah, those white borders.
Now with this current new pronunciation, the first slide, welcome, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Next.
No, and I have it twice. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I think the joke tells itself.
Yeah. I think we'll laugh a lot of times, I think, during these presentations, during inappropriate times.
Yep. Well, this is on YouTube. I have to remember myself. Sometimes I'm doing these things. So because of COVID, we've been doing live this sort of thing all the time. And I think I'm getting way too comfortable with it. And sometimes I forget about that maybe things are recorded for posterity. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry, everything's going to be great. I'm very sure about that.
I have
Okay,
no shame.
Nuno, are you ready to start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm very sure that the audience is also ready to hear from you, so please take it away.
So, hello. Long time no see. I welcome to the talk or Oxygen Square, or I don't know. Let's call it Oxygen Square or long time no see. So the last time I gave a Academy talk, I was checking. I think it was in Gran Canaria. That was like 13 years ago. Something like that. I don't remember, but yeah, quite a long time without talking to you guys. Okay, it's great to be back. Great to talk and see everyone, and maybe let's see how this goes. Okay, so me. My name is Nuno. That is my email for things non-KDAV. I have another email for KDAV things that is just like that one, but with KDAV. Who am I? Okay, so I'm a designer. I used to be a civil engineer. Then I started doing things with KDE, just using it. There were a couple of icons that I didn't like. I made new icons. People liked it. And 20-something years after, apparently I'm a user, UX, UI designer, do QML, lots of things, and lots of things KDE related. I used to be way more involved in KDE when it was on the first days of Plasma, when and the Oxygen stuff, which I'm still the current maintainer. Not the best maintainer, but improving on that. So yeah, a little bit of experience on KDE, and hopefully most of you guys know me or heard about me. But if you don't, just bear with me. So this talk, when I was thinking about doing this talk, because last year I announced that I was going to reboot Oxygen and do something around it. I wasn't too sure about it. It was mostly a collection of ideas that I had developed over the years about what I could do next in this space. Like all good ideas and all great plans, things fell apart. They don't go according to your plans. And this talk is a little bit about this process, this year that has passed. I want to talk a little bit about the objectives and ideas that I had for Oxygen Squared, or OO, the reality. And I think that it's also interesting to talk a little bit more generically about what it is to design in an open world, what is specific about it. So I have some, I would like to share some ideas around that. Okay. A couple, even before I say this, so the reason, maybe talking about a little bit of the reason I started Oxygen Squared. Back then, a year ago, I was in a rough place. And I decided that it was about time. Almost 10 years have passed since the end of former Oxygen, and I thought it was a good idea to start it again. And maybe find one thing that I want to mention here, the ephemerality of designing an open set on the open space and designing for big projects like KDE. When we were designing, not me alone at all, Oxygen, one thing that was fairly obvious to me is the transient nature of it. I knew all from the beginning, since the first meeting I had with the guys, that it was something that was going to last a few years, and then it would be trashed. Because that's the nature of design. It's not like the best code in the world might live for a long, long time. You maintain it, it's really good, you build upon it, and it moves on and keeps on being patched and improved. Because the validity of the code itself remains. Design is not like that. Unfortunately, design is a product of time, of its time, and it's meaningful while it retains some today, some relevance to the today where it's being used. So for me, it's always obvious that Oxygen original was ephemeral and it was going to end up in a day. So when the time came, and it was mostly when a new Qt was lurking in, and I knew, okay, new Plasma is going to come out, a new KDE is going to come out. Maybe it's a good idea to kill this or stop it a bit and see what else the nature of design creates inside KDE, and basically things work out really well, and we have Briz today. But yeah, I wanted to mention that designing, and it's just only for open source, it's a little bit everywhere, but on open source, we do feel the ephemerality, oh my God, I should have used a better word, of it. So what's the point? What's the point of doing this thing if it's do and thrash away? And to me, it was, well, the fun of creating it. It's a lot of fun. I don't know. I feel the urge to, I always felt the urge to draw little things and communicate and do something. And it's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to do Oxygen back then, especially because I didn't know anything. Just getting the feedback and giving back to other people in KDE and that were doing that amazing work, and I was giving back and getting communication from them. That was a lot of fun. Also scratching my itch. Like, there were little things like, KDE was awesome. I love KDE. I still love KDE. I still use KDE. But there was, those little things that if you can fix it, it will be perfect. So I started scratching those little hitches that I had, that just a few, because it's almost perfect already. If I fix one or two things, it's going to be completely perfect. Yeah. And so that was one of the reasons, working with great people. It's amazing, the scope, and I can't stress this enough about doing design in open source, is that you get two things. You get to work with some of the most brilliant, smart, good people I've ever met. Some of my best friends are, I met them through KDE. My work started out from KDE. It's an amazing experience that gets you a range of experience in the design space that is really, really hard to find in other areas. In professional work, the type of problems that you are faced when doing a complete desktop design is something that most designers don't. In their entire life, in their entire career, they don't face those sort of questions or problems to have to solve. So it's amazing, and the baggage that it gives you as a designer is great. Slight problem. It's a lot of work. Yeah, that is one of the problems. Something like Oxygen was and is, and I bet Breeze is also extremely taxing on your time that you have available. And for me, when I was starting, that was 3 times more true, because my experience was very tiny. So I had to do things 3 times. I even tried to do a complete black icon set that people didn't like. I still have that against you. And by you, I mean David. So yeah, I had to learn a lot, and things take time. Probably if I was doing it now, things go a lot faster because experience, but it's also not exactly the same thing. Doing something out of experience sometimes cuts your innocence, and those kind of things do show up in the truthness of a style. But yeah, it's life, and there's nothing I really can do about it. What we got out of Oxygen back then, so that's actually something I like, and I'm quite proud about Oxygen. Design-wise, it's probably not the best thing ever. I'm suspicious, right? Asking me if the design of Oxygen was good or bad. And my opinion is suspect. But to be very honest, I don't think it was the most brilliant thing ever. But one thing was brilliant, is that before Oxygen, the theming aspect on KDE and most open source projects that I knew were pretty much based on, okay, we'll do an icon set, and that's it. We'll have a look at a couple of other things, but we mostly focus on an icon set and maybe a theme, but that was quite rare, more on the GNOME side. They add this look, but it was fairly a disconjuncted effort. With Oxygen, that changed. Oxygen, that, by the way, was set up to be just an icon theme, ended up being everything. Everything design, we designed. Everything on a global scale. So not exactly like the Breeze guys are doing right now, which is much more focused on everything and the apps itself. But that was the next step that I hope people would do, and they did. But before it wasn't like that, and with Oxygen and also the what GNOME was doing back then, design became platforms. The design in open source became actually platforms of a range of work. And that was something that I'm quite proud to be a part of it. And I think that any decently well-structured design project in open source should aim to be. So this is how does it work? Like, okay, you do design, but it comes out of nothing. Mostly, but I do ponder some questions. And when I'm doing design for, say, a customer, I usually go with 3 basic questions. Like I ask the customer, like, what do you do? What is the function of this? What's your user? And can you define yourself in 3 adjectives? This is something I do. Probably many other designers do different questions. And if I had to answer, well, the answers to these questions, as far as I knew it in Oxygen days, is that 1, and if you remember the question, what we are, as far as I know, and I looked it up, we are officially a desktop for Matthias Ettrich's girlfriend. And this, okay, it's a myth, but I actually like this definition. Right? It on the core, it was a desktop for human beings. Like, it's for your girlfriend, for your mother, for your father, for your friends. It's a little bit more than a desktop to code a desktop. At least that this definition is something I really loved. The users. So if you take that that I just said and think about the users, you would say that they are everyone. But to be honest, internally we were kind of focusing on 2 types of users. So we were focusing mostly on early adopters and text enthusiasts. So that gave us a little bit more focus in terms of the design that we were creating, in terms of finding our target group. And in terms of the 3 objectives, I never got to ask, so I use this once internally. And to be honest, I didn't ask this question because I didn't add the experience. But looking back, I tried to answer it myself, and I think back then, if I had to define my work, it would be open, free, and positive. I always thought, to me, KDE, it was always this. It was a very positive community with freedom in mind and very open to contributions and to other people coming in. So, O2. As I said, so last year I was not in the best place, and I need to do something for me, and I decided, okay, let's do something that I know that I'm happy with, and doing Oxygen work was probably it was a lot of work, but one of the most fun times of my life. So let's try this one more time with a lot more experience, and maybe this works. So one of the things that I didn't mention is that doing a design for not you with a user in mind is a very technical task. It's very, people used to call us artists, and it wasn't quite honest to call a designer an artist, because it's a fairly technical matter. We do artsy things, but most of the decisions are actually quite rational, or they should be quite rational. So, and they are done rationally with the user and the user expectations in mind, and trying to deliver a function, trying to fulfill a function. So that's the sort of thing that we were trying to do back then. But for Oxygen 2 or Oxygen Square or O, I thought, okay, I'm going to do it for me. And I don't care about what anybody is going to say. If they like it, it's great. If they don't like it, they can complain to me. And by me, I mean my wife. Next. If this goes to the next slide, yeah. So my user, that makes it simple. I already told you, it's me. And the three objectives, I want to make it fun, because I want to have fun with it. I want to make it cool. That's a very blanket statement. And I want to make it yours. Right? That works. Great plan. One of the advantage is that now it might not be as ephemeral, because now, since I'm making it for myself and I'm not really making such a design thing and more over artsy whatever I want to communicate with you guys, maybe this is less ephemeral because it's more of an art installment. Maybe this works. I don't know. We'll see. So, and what is supposed to have? Okay, it's a theme. It's basically Oxygen. I'll be honest. Basically, all the things that old Oxygen was, I'm trying to go to do it in this new thing. So it's a widget theme, a plasma theme, an icon theme, an everything theme. So that's the goal, including anything that's needed. I will try to do, minus the application integration stuff and all of that, because that is such a sinkhole of time. Props and respect to the people that do that all the time. Some plans. So I'm only talking about the plans that I had. I have some, over the years, developed a couple of plans, and one thing that at the end of old Oxygen, I thought that was fairly obvious, is that consistency, and the way we say consistency sometimes doesn't mean really consistency. The consistency, it was kind of hoped that if every app used the same widget theme, the same colors, and the same icons, it would be consistent. That wasn't quite true, because apps sometimes are not the same, and the consistent is not just adding same sized buttons with the same colors. If one app has a row of 10 buttons and another one is just as one, we didn't save anything. It's inconsistency. Those two are very inconsistent. So what we had helped, but I think to express and to give better experiences to users, things like information density, the way we draw things, what we express is actually more important than just having everything the same. So I want to enable a Oxygen squared experience where you get a file and everything changes. So it doesn't even matter that applications do look different. Like, for example, we do already. Like Krita doesn't look the same as Dolphin, because Krita has its own needs. It's actually very, that leads to the next point I was going to mention, it's very dense in terms of information and tools that it requires, and that was one thing that we missed dearly in the old days, is it was really hard to make applications that were very dense in terms of tools and interaction points, because historically we were very, I used to call it framey. We used to have loads of frames on top of frames. It made it difficult for application developers to create nice balanced UIs where an application that actually needs, like Krita, a lot of tools on the side could actually make those tools available without cluttering and pestering everything, because they are so big and there's so much widgetry against it. That's one thing that I would like Oxygen to be able to provide. Application can look different and still look consistent. An application can still have, one application can have tons of information, another one be very clean, and they still fit. They still look like they belong in the same space. So I would like to actually, one of the things that Oxygen should do Oxygen 2 should do is have this experience button. Like you click, you get a button, someone that gets you the full experience, and boom, you get what for now is my perfect desktop. Okay, that's the idea. You'll see. So currently, and by currently I mean as it was when I was starting on this. I started with a widget theme because in my brain, if I would nail the widget theme, I would actually have 90% of the work done. Because in my real day-to-day life, that's actually it. And when there's a talk by a designer that she's amazing, and she goes about the solemn and the artwork. In my day-to-day work, doing the first mock-ups, that's the artwork. It doesn't take all that long, but that's where you define the core identity of what you want to be and what you should be. And these guys took me like 2 months to come up with, and I was super happy, super stoked that I think I nailed it. I think I have a good language here that is scalable, that I can push into further directions, that I can do multiple things with, and it was really working well for me. I thought, okay, this is going way faster, because back in the beginning, when Oxygen came out, I remember I went through like months of iterations over the widget style and the window decoration style for all Oxygen, and this came out really quickly, and I actually like it. I think it scales nicely. I made lots of work in trying to make the things work in big sizes and small sizes, so that they look like they belong, but they still give you the freedom to have very sparse UIs in terms of, again, information density, and also very cluttered UIs in terms of information density without looking very cluttered. So if you notice, everything is very, I tried to make everything very subtly present. It's present, but it's not overwhelmingly present. Therefore, I can have this more, this gap available, and also give it a little bit more freedom, expressive freedom, so things can be, some buttons, an application might like a button to be round, another application might like a button to be have only round corners, one might even like to have square corners. As long as things actually look like they belong together, I think we could get it. And I'm fairly happy with this, guys. So the only thing that I've still not nailed completely is the multiple colors. So another thing that I was thinking when doing this is based on the work that the Finnish company that spun off out of Nokia days, Yola, they had this mobile experience. And one thing I loved about it was the possibility to choose a wallpaper, and magically it would make your UI have a color palette. So if you know color palettes for widgets in the Qt world, in KDE world, it's a mess, to put it mildly. It's tons and tons and tons of options, and just setting up the colors cohesively, it's a lot of work, and it shouldn't be. When I have to come up with a palette for an application, I just pick 1, 2, 3, 4 colors, and all of the other colors that I need actually come naturally. And I believe there's a certain algorithm to it that would allow us to, with a very simple base, generate all the colors, which would allow us finally to maybe do the thing that Yola did. Just pick a wallpaper, say, do you want to apply the entire, do you want to make a color palette out of this wallpaper? Yes. See how it works. I have a suspicion that it could work. But I'm struggling a little bit about the transitional colors for the backgrounds of windows. So this is a zoom, and I'm showing the dark window that I'm really happy with. The concept is around stone, so maybe a basalt type of stone. And I'm really happy the dark colors actually work really well. The light colors, I only got it to work okay-ish on this variant, which is kind of not a rock. So I tried to think about white rocks that I like, or light rocks that I like, and the marble is a no, unless it's a very weird window decoration. Maybe some people would like it, I wouldn't. And the macros and limestone, it doesn't lend itself really well on macro pictures. So I ended up with this kind of surface of pearls. You know, the inside of a shell, that's that glittery, colory reflections. I think that could work. It's just not working for other variations. It works really well on a very white space. When I start to implement yellows and greens and lime greens and stuff, it just looks weird. It probably doesn't lend itself to those sort of colors. All styles are not like that. They always struggle with this sort of thing. I just thought I could do for any color, but maybe I can't.
It seems we've lost Nuno. Perhaps. Oh, I see him already reconnecting. No, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Please continue.
Okay. Let me show you something. Do not use the side button on your mouse. It will take you out of the window of your browser. Bad idea. Sorry, guys. So where was I? Okay, so here I am. The problem is the real work. Let's face reality. The plans are amazing, and I'm totally okay with the ethos of the style, the general ideas. I love them all, most of them, and so what's the problem? The problem is a little bit what I believe I need and what I can live without. So when I was starting this, I was starting much and thinking, how hard can it be based on my day-to-day experience? And when I'm doing design for a client, I think, okay, if I do the general mock-ups, I have a couple of, and if I do the same thing that I just did there, I think I'm mostly done. It's okay. Here I did found a problem, and I'll talk about this problem right away. Oh, also in real world time, this guy says that it's relative. Yeah, I can run as fast as I can. It's not being any relative to me. 24 hours are still only 24 hours, and it is mostly for me and for other people. Turns out that me, not the greatest user ever. I'm a whiny bitch. I can say that because I myself. I was doing things, and so me, the user, was starting to like it. Yeah, good job, pat on the back. But then I told me, the user told me, the designer, to okay, it's time that you do the icons, which shouldn't be too much of work because these days icons are supposed to be simple. I'm from the day that I actually got mad when this anti-skeuomorphic blah blah thing came to be, and I felt like I was being insulted with it. But then I realized, yeah, it's the end of an era, something new is beginning. But these new icons that are being done these days in multiple platforms, to me, it takes like minutes to do. It's a little bit absurd. And action icons, I can spawn them over in minutes. The problem is that me, the user, was really not liking them. And I decided, okay, I need to do something that is simple but flexible, that can do lots of things, but that is modern, that is great. And I did post a couple of versions that I thoroughly deleted from all our drives to never to be seen again. About possible solutions and languages that would allow us to do lots of some icons. That was probably the problem. So they were pretty, they were engaging, and they were simple, but they didn't scale. It was a great. Most of those languages that I tried, either I didn't like it, or they didn't scale in terms of variability that we need. If this was the client's work, we're talking about, I don't know, in terms of action icons, the ones that you see in the app, we're talking about 30, 40 icons. In terms of application icon, it's one. In terms of branding, it's the application icon with a little bit of flair, and maybe there's a MIME tab. So that's easy. That scales really nicely. At most, it's a set of applications, so we need a little bit of consistency, of course, across application icons that do have a branding aspect to it. But that's fairly easy. In Oxygen, not so much. We're talking thousands of icons, and it wasn't scaling for me. And this got me really depressed. And for, I don't know, 6-7 months, I didn't touch this at all. I looked at it and hoped that, because sometimes things happen like this. I don't know what I'm doing, but I stop working it, and by magic, one fine day, an idea comes up, and I go for it. But no, it didn't come. And the only thing that it got me is more and more depressed. Yeah, that wasn't a nice place to be. Turns out that I kind of like this old Oxygen stuff, because I'm still to this day using the things that I did. Again, biased. So it's not like it's terrible. Okay, a few things are bad. Yeah, I knew that they were bad 10 years ago, so they are still bad today. I haven't fixed them. But maybe I could start with this until, that grand idea comes. So I decided that, okay, for now, let's use Oxygen and the old Oxygen icons and move them to the Git repo, and let's start with this and try to evolve the other stuff. And so I did, but a couple of missings. So okay, let's have a look at the current state of affairs. Like, if I want to start really doing this, I need to look at how things are looking today. And the first thing I open is system settings. Let's see how system settings looks under Breeze and compare it to how it looks in Oxygen. And the first thing I see, oh, Oxygen is missing a couple of icons. Need to fix that. So I went and fixed that. And I think it was the printer and KDE Connect. I think those were missing. And there were another one that was missing. So I did those. And okay, and I pushed them to Oxygen. So now it's Oxygen is, after many, many years, has been upgraded a bit. And I did a few more. So I started, okay, I started having fun again. Okay, let me just fix this and this and this. And I ended up fixing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and a couple more that are not visible on the screen. And I was having fun, right? And that's the point, right? Having fun is my goal. And now the idea started to grow in me, like, maybe Oxygen wasn't really that bad. Okay, if I would kill these and maybe these, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm into something. Maybe just adjusting a new Oxygen could be something. So these are some of the ones that I worked on. And now, okay, by the way, having me as a user is the worst case. So these are icons that are only used in 32 by 32 pixels. Why do I have to do them in this huge sizes? because I'm the worst user ever. That's all I have to say. So I decided, but it's an experiment, right? I'm trying to experiment and trying to see the flexibility of the solution to see if I can do something better. And these are icons that I can actually relate to. I actually like them. I think they are modern enough and they will work. There is point there. So below this guy here is the action icon. I think action icons, I will need to do them in line art. Action icons are, we in open source, in our sets, we tend to divide things into categories. And one of the main categories are action icons. And action icons are the icons that you see inside applications. And in Ottens, they were really very visually heavy. They were artsy. And maybe that's not what the user wants. The user uses them mostly as a quick guide to reach a tool. It doesn't need to marvel at the beauty of an icon, which most of them didn't have anyway. So maybe those I want to do in small size. I'm not sure about the 48. So there's multiple size. There's 16, 24, or 22, depending, 32, and 48. Maybe 48 in some apps are good, but I'll have to have a look about that. But we'll keep on evolving on that. But I'm pretty sure that action icons will be line art type of thing. And now this actually leads into us having a language. I think.
Sorry, Nuno, to pause you here a moment. We do have 2 minutes left, just as a reminder.
Yep, I'm almost done. This is the almost last slide. Really quickly, I think I have a language here. If I stick to basically these shapes that, if you notice, I'm doing on the previous slide. So it's basically, okay, I know the last shape was a cube, and that implies a type of angle. We can look at objects front forward, but only tilting it here, so we don't tilt it all over the place like we did in Ottens. So this is a tool. And trying to focus more on consistency of shapes, using the same shapes to generate similar things, a bit like I'm doing here. As you notice, like connections and device connections, same basic shape, and doing to help recognizability using the square as a thing, and I'll use squares for device. But that's the idea. I don't know if that works. So apparently almost one more time. If you want to. So I really like the talk that Jerry Ellsworth did on Akademy. That was amazing. And she was talking about mentors. Right, so I had the best mentors when I joined KDE. I had David Vignoni, I had Kenneth Wimmer, I had a little bit of Everaldo even, and lots of people with lots of experience that helped me a lot in becoming a designer today. So if you want to join into this and also be a user of this, aka also for you, you can contact me there. That's the URL for the Ottens stuff. I need help in lots of things. I will need help for the widget theme. I will need for Plasma, for maybe Plasma, for Plasma, yes, for components. And please join me for mentoring, design, fun. I'll try to help you guys. I don't have time for questions.
Thank you, Nuno. Indeed, we have run out of time for questions, but one of the questions was posted by Aleix, who's the next speaker. So maybe he doesn't mind if you answer his. How about that? The question is, do you still expect users to render icons from a pixel map in a world with high DPI displays?
Do we have 2 hours to discuss how much I hate SVG for rendering? I love SVG, that's the tool I use every day. But you don't want to get me started on that discussion.
Okay, thank you. There's also a question from Marco Martin, maybe just quickly. Palette generated from the wallpaper. What do you think it should happen when there are multiple screens with different wallpapers?
That's why I don't like Martin. He always makes the worst questions. I hate you, Martin. Well, in theory, in terms of the user experience, like it would be an option to the user. So it's not automatically. The user chooses a wallpaper, and a secondary option or a question that is made to the user is, do you want to generate the theme out of this wallpaper? So it's on the user. It's not trying to, because yeah, Marco makes an awesome point. If it was automatic and we have multiple wallpapers, nothing looks good. No, just one, and maybe in the secondary option. And still, it's just an idea that I had. I actually don't know.
Okay, thank you very much, Nuno, for this presentation. Thank you again, and hope you stick with us for the last talk and then the closing remarks as well. Thanks, Nuno. And joining me in a second, I believe, will be El Presidente himself, Mr. Aleix Pol González.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good. You can rest. Cool. And the slides appear magically. Beautiful. Thank you very much. So, all right. This is going to be a bit of a different talk than I usually give. I must warn, I'm going to be changing hats in the middle of the talk, and this is going to be an exercise for you because I am not wearing a hat now. Also, I am not going to be wearing a hat later. I did think, let's do the thing where you have a hat and then you change with another hat, but then I decided don't do that because you don't know how to wear a hat. Also, I don't really have hats, so it would have been a bit awkward. So instead, we're going to start with a slightly confusing slide of a French landscape that maybe some of you will recognize. What we're going to talk about today is about how, while we've been working in a highly professionalized field like software is, and while we've been working on very difficult topics, sometimes the professionalization of our space has been limited. And what I would like to do is, on the one hand, offer a perspective of what this looks like from a first-hand experience. And then second, put forward the vision that we see from the KDE on how we can improve this situation that we're in right now, so that, well, we can see people staying around for longer time, and so that we can have people give the attention to our products that our products need. So my first hat on, whoa, I'm blurry. My first hat on is the one where I'm called Aleix Pol. I am from Barcelona. I have been employed by Blue Systems since 2011, which means that this November it's gonna be a decade that I've been with Blue Systems. I've also collaborated with KDE in the past, somewhat professionally, namely through the Google Summer of Code program that I imagine that most of you have heard of, but well, not exclusively. I've done other contracted work as part of my professional life, but like you can see, most of it has been largely around KDE, and well, proud of it. Now, what I wanted to reflect on here is, let's say you're a business and you want to work, you want to create a product, and you see KDE's availability over there. How do you turn what that community is pushing forward? Let's remember what KDE does is for free, and you can reuse all of that work for free, which is, well, obviously economically very interesting. That doesn't mean that it's unequivocally interesting, but it's definitely work that you can reuse and start working with. Now, what I suggest all of you who think, all right, there's a business opportunity here. How do we make profit from it? Well, what you need to say is, all right, there's all of these components that I need. From KDE, we've been very forward about making our systems very configurable, being very reusable. We've put forward a lot of frameworks so that you don't have to take all of the things. So, well, the first step would definitely be, what do I need from all of that stuff? No. So the first thing that you will do is look at the product. Let's say you're doing toaster. Well, you will look at the different components that you might need. Maybe you will need solid to make sure that you're warming your hardware at the maximum, wherever, right? But the first thing that you will find is that there is ongoing work. There is people who are thinking in terms of how do they improve their thing on a daily basis. They definitely don't care about your toaster or whatever product you're doing, or at least they don't care in principle because they have never heard of it. Sometimes even they won't be able to think of it because your own employment conditions don't allow them to. So the first thing that you need to do is to reach out to these people and say, all right, what are you people going on about? Let's see if we can work together. And it's this step where you start understanding what they do and what drives them that, well, it's the first moment where you can measure what kind of involvement and what kind of collaboration you can establish at this point, right? Then as soon as you decide that this makes sense, and obviously it makes a lot of sense to do it with KDE, because obviously KDE is a very nice community to work with. What you will have to do is to start to coordinate with these people, because you will have certain interests. I now realize that my example of the toaster was very bad. Excuse it, but I guess that you understand what I am talking about anyway. You will have to go to the solid people. You will have to go to the maybe plasma people and say, all right, I need this set of changes to happen. How do we make it possible and available to us to be able to create our own product, right? And it's at that moment when you start to see, well, the kind of work you will end up doing, because like we established in the beginning, you won't be doing all of your product from scratch. Like, admittedly, big part of the success of free software has been that nowadays people don't have to ever again do a product from scratch, because they always have something to set their feet on, right? I can imagine, I wasn't doing products back then, but like 25 years ago, people, well, did start creating a tiny kernel for every little product that they were doing. Right now, big part of the success of such very important projects like the Linux kernel or even Android indeed has been that they are free software and that people can leverage them. And this means that you don't ever need to start a project from scratch. And what we now think that is from scratch is never as from scratch as, well, it probably once was. In KDE, we offer the opportunity for people to define their from scratch to a fairly high level area, as long as they collaborate with us and as long as we can find common spaces where to work together. That, of course, goes in line with, well, being able to work properly with products like Qt, for example, or maybe nowadays Wayland, etc. Right? Now, it keeps happening that people look at our stuff and say, all right, I'm gonna pick this thing and I'm gonna fork it and I'm gonna use it to make my brilliant, lovely toaster because I know so much better than these poor people how to create my product. But in practice, at least it has been my experience that this is always a narrow-minded position. Whenever you create a product, for example, at the very least, or in the European Union, any electronics need to have a 2 years warranty, right? And well, you can say, all right, as long as I don't touch it, I will be able to continue supporting this thing. But we've all seen this falling apart every now and then. Continuing the development of devices has been a big problem. It's something that we can very clearly see in the case of Android, where you see devices that have been announced with the greatest of honors, that they disappear from the market as soon as a new version of Android arrives, because, well, nobody dares to port that over. And the very reason that this is happening is the very reason that it happens when people fork us or they fork the Linux kernel, which is you need to do a lot of work to be able to maintain over time a certain stack. And I don't think that any of us are interested in collaborating with products that you know for certain that as soon as the newest or the next Linux kernel that happens, the next version of whatever appears, you won't be able to support it, and you will start to pile up on bug reports that you know that you cannot fix because your changes won't reach the deliverables that you give to your users or so. This is something that we, for example, also discussed very about at length when talking about apps. We don't want to create apps that when we fix them, our users don't get the fix. Well, if you forked one of our apps because you needed to add an icon, you needed to add a new button, then from that moment, every fix that anyone from the KDE community does, or every fix that anyone else does in that product, it won't reach the users, which is, by the way, probably the #1 frustration of every free software hacker and developer and contributor that has ever existed. The impossibility of being able to address something that you know how to address. It's just that you know that somebody decided that their fork was more important than being able to solve issues. So in practice, what I want to say is that if you're working on free software products and you have to take this decision between, do I collaborate or do I just fork? Well, don't fork, work with us, make it possible for us to work together and create a strategy that spans over the years rather than a couple of campaigns for creating tiny apps or whatever that could make sense. Yeah, I think it's obvious enough. So what does it look like when you know that you're creating something that works together with the rest of a community? Because in practice, the community will still not bend over your will, obviously and understandably, and as it should be. But while you still need to have this kind of assurance, well, we've seen this happen in several occasions around. There's very successful projects all over the place that do partnerships with different companies, and it's a matter of shared responsibilities. If your organization shows that as long as you use that product is not gonna break, if when you contribute things they don't break it for other people, if you sometimes even put something on the table that the rest of the team maybe wanted but never found the time to do, it will make it easier also for them to decide that at some point to say, all right, let's work together. Let's see what I can do for you. Or in practice, just they will be testing it and they will be using it. And if there's a small pet peeve that they find that isn't, well, something that you never found or you didn't care, or because it's not the hardware you're just testing on, they will fix it. And this is something very important, right? Because when the next version of your product happens, well, it will be tested on other software and you will have a much wider portfolio. By the way, I think that I am saying very obvious things, but I also had the feeling when I was preparing this talk that there's very obvious things that we never say, and then I never know if it's obvious to everyone. So I might be Captain Obvious today. If I am, well, I'm sorry. So tiny, the button. So in practice, there's this weird sentence I put together here, but it's about helping the community help you to help them. And maybe we can look at it from the end, right? Like as soon as you help the community to some extent, the local teams, they will accept you as part of their team, as part of their community, which is going to mean that they will be able to help you, right? As soon as you start contributing to them, as soon as you start reviewing their merge requests, as soon as you start making sure that the project moves forward, it's already a mutual help, which will also mean that they will be helping you, right? Because if you're working as a team, whatever they do, it should also have an impact on what you do, at least on a bigger picture kind of perspective. And of course, this also means that you sometimes have to develop certain things a bit slower. But I have had this feeling of telling people, you know, this saying of if you want to go quick, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I think that free software is all about that, right? It's about making sure that in the longer run, we can still support each other. Of course, that you can do the very specific things if you just forget about these people who have their own kind of thoughts that are not yours, and your thoughts are always better and more important and interesting. But in practice, if KDE is still here, it's because what we create at large is more important than the specific ideas that everybody had, but also that the specific ideas that everybody had ended up creating what we reached out, which is especially important this year, right? Like we're celebrating 25 years. This is an amazing feat, and it only speaks for all of the people who have been putting their small thoughts and working together to create this big thing. Now, it's a matter of talking to people. It can be very hard to some people, I guess. It's definitely harder nowadays that we're in a pandemic and we don't get to hug each other. I can promise you, those of you who were not around when we actually used to meet, that we didn't used to punch each other. So that was a nice thing. There was much more hugging and discussions, right? Even as Nuno was talking about earlier, like there's a lot of friendships that have been created by this mere talking to people, and a lot of the discussion of the discussions that Nuno had with people, a lot of the friends he made, and I'm sure that a lot of the rest of us, I know that from myself as well, they have been friendships not only based about the technical topics, but also business topics and beyond. And this is very important because it also brings new opportunities that are not the whatever reason that you approach the community in the first place, but the fact that you're in that conversation also makes you a little bit more powerful. But to be able to be in that position when you can have a truthful and honest conversation with the community, you need to be clear. It happens sometimes that people say, I want to create this product around, or I come from a company, right? And they have 25 NDAs, and they cannot really tell you anything, but they're very demanding, of course, because, well, they know what they're talking about, but you don't. And then you end up in this position of, all right, you do your thing, and then I'm gonna worry myself about my own problems. But in practice, this is how you end up having a fork and thinking that you're amazing. But this is also how you end up making KDE not as good as it could have been, because I am sure that part of those ideas behind the NDA were useful. And also, as soon as you fork, like I was saying, you also end up in a position where all of the work in KDE also doesn't apply to you, and it puts you also in a worse position. Being transparent is also even very related. If people see what you're doing, they will also be able to get excited about what you're doing and even want to be part of it. If you're transparent about what you're doing, people might want to join you, even to be hired by you at some point. And if you're transparent, they will see the value of what you're doing and maybe let you do your thing, and they will be doing their thing, and together we will create something amazing. Being reliable also goes in the part of the conversation, right? Like, you can be saying a lot of nice things. A lot of people are very good at saying nice things, but in the end, they don't end up delivering. And it's also something that it's frustrating, because you have this company or this group of people who say, we're going to do all of these things, and then until the changes don't get into your Git repository, you feel like it's not getting there. But then as soon as it does, as soon as you see that, well, the changes got there, that you're leveraging whatever feature, whatever contribution, whatever set of icons, whatever ideas that were put on the table, well, then you have the opportunity of having that conversation that you wanted to have, and even have it on the longer run. Because in practice, I don't think that anyone looks at any professional problem in a short term, at least not someone who really wants to produce something that matters to their clients. When you talk about things that matter, you talk about longer runs, even longer runs that we can afford from within KDE. So it's also something that different kind of product, different kind of organization can also help us offer, right? Because, well, the nature of open source, I would say, and free software is that you need to be slightly quite quickly paced, and so that people can join and help as soon as they can. Now, this is a Blue Systems meeting from 2016. I would like to say that I couldn't find any picture that is more recent, because I couldn't find it. Well, no, I didn't find anyone because I couldn't find it. You will know most of the people, those of you who have been around in KDE. Those of who you don't, well, you can research them. They're all very nice people. Half of them are not with Blue Systems anymore, but also this is kind of how it works. Most of them, though, have stayed around in the KDE community, which also speaks for how important setting your business on a reliable community it means. Well, as I am talking to the Blue Systems people right now for a second, thank you very much for this almost 10 years right now. But now it's the moment where I'm going to change my virtual hat, because in virtual conferences, you have virtual hats. I don't know if you know. And now I remove my Blue Systems person hat, and I put my KDE hacker hat on, my nowadays KDE president hat on. I've been on the KDE board for the last 7 years. I checked yesterday. Well, month plus or minus, but more or less that. And I've been in KDE developers for the last 14 years, so I guess I am in the in the middle of the scale right now. And what I'm gonna talk to you about now is a little bit how everything I discussed earlier relates to what, well, to my persona right now with this hat, and as well how we are trying to fix the problems of how hard it is to become a professional around KDE and continue contributing when you realize that, well, you're not a student anymore and you need to pay certain bills. With any hat also comes a glass of water. So for the longest time, KDE started in 1999, but, well, for me, actually, the important thing is that KDE started in 1996, which is going to be 25 years this year, second mention. But it wasn't until 2017 when we hired the first people to work actively with the community. We, the KDE had people before, namely Claudia. Hi, Claudia, if you're watching. And Petra later on, but they were more on the administration side. And at some point, and for different circumstances, we decided to hire a couple of marketing contractors. And I think that this was one of the biggest changes that I've seen from, well, working in KDE, in that, well, first we were all trying to do our best, and in our free time, meaning not that I think that the contractors don't, but at some point we decided to, okay, let's introduce two different people who are gonna fill in a position that should have been filled in by the community, but for any kind of reason is not really working out. And I am talking about this because, well, you will have seen Lydia's and Neophytos' presentation the other day about Make a Living. We're suggesting a certain amount of changes. And I think that it's important that, well, somebody talks about this at some point, right? What's the big difference between, well, my former hat about being a Blue Systems person, the hat that I don't wear, but the hat that the contractors nowadays wear, and the hat that most of you as community members wear, right? Well, in Blue Systems, namely, I basically have a boss that tells me what to do, which, well, it generally has been aligned with what KDE has needed, and you will have seen a lot of my colleagues as well as myself working together with you. But also you have seen people from other organizations that, well, they joined with KDE when they needed something from KDE, but, well, only then. The big difference here with the contractors is that they get hired to fulfill the vision of KDE at large, and, well, necessarily subpart a section of our community. In the case of the marketing people, we hire them to help with the promotion of our products and, well, helping us get out there, but also always with the background of what KDE is, what KDE stands for, and, well, furthering that, because, well, KDE, which is committed to supporting KDE, is, well, hiring them for that, right? And this is a challenge, right? This is a challenge because you become this one person that is working among a lot of people who are in a community doing their thing casually. And, well, first they have to work a minimum amount of hours, or, I mean, with the HR understanding of the minimum amount of hours. It's not like we're forcing them to work, but well, it's their duty to work on for these hours on a certain topic, and as such, they need to coordinate with a community of people. A community, let's remember, that wasn't all that active at least when they start, because if an area of KDE is generally populated, well, we're not gonna hire people to work on it, right? And make it alive and make it do things, and well, also try to work with people who don't have all of the time in the world, and when they do have time, they do work on the things that they feel like it's fun and interesting. But I think that it's also very important that we look at this as an opportunity. And well, I am not only talking here to the actual contractors, but that we see it like the rest of us as well. It's an opportunity for KDE to have something that organically didn't get filled. There's things that humans were not always interested in working on. Like you could say promo. And by the way, for example, the case of promo, we had people working on the community actively in the past. It never was ideal, arguably, but we always did things. But it's important that we see that we have the opportunity right now, because marketing or maybe the documentation case is more relatable. We have had documentation over the last 25 years. I am sure that one of the first commits that someone did in KDE was to add the first documentation, because while explaining how things work, be it APIs and technical documentation, be it user documentation, is something important. But then, well, I don't know. I don't really see the chat, but raise your hand if you love working on documentation. Because, well, the next question is why were you not working on documentation much more in the past? It's an opportunity to see that KDE has the mechanism right now to, well, articulate work in that area, so that actually people can continue working on what they're passionate about, what they want to do, which is something that I have the feeling that we in KDE we do generally well. We've had people work on very hard topics in the past and resolve them with excellence. The fact that there's hundreds, thousands, millions of computers around the world running our software is nothing but proof of it, right? And one can only expect that if we manage to polish these parts that are the least attended, we will be able to reach different parts from our community that were never been able to reach before. And this just happens by working with the community. It's even working from within the community. These people are put there in the middle and say, now do free software things, which is basically what we end up doing when we join KDE. I mean, of course, when you join KDE, you say, I have this great idea and I'm gonna put it in practice. My personally first contribution to KDE was working in K-Algebra and actually K-Algebra itself. So it's not like I arrived one day and I didn't really know what to do. And it's not like our contractors really don't know what to do, right? But it still is, well, being put in the position where you have to work with new people, or maybe old people from a slightly privileged circumstance, which is just at least that you have some time that you have to spend on a certain topic. Beyond the positions we already discussed, well, there's also the make a living position for positions that well, I'm not gonna talk about a lot here because, well, like we said, Neophytos and Lydia also discussed it, but they are also, again, another, well, moving a bit closer to the daily matters of our community. We are a community that creates free software, and there are going to be people creating part of this free software. There are positions that have been designed specifically to further certain areas of our community that, well, we feel that can expand our reach in ways that, well, I cannot really scream enough to people, work on this, and it's going to be amazing, even if I am wearing that magnificent president hat. I don't know if you imagine the president hat, but I think that it looks a bit like a wizard hat, like Gandalf. Gandalf left us, but the presidents, we have a mystical hat, virtual hat that we pass on. In Lydia, it looked a bit too big, but it also looked amazing. But anyway, I'm gonna try to remove that image from your heads and continue on the topic. So for those of you who haven't seen the presentations, we're gonna have 3 new positions. One that is working on what we call base software, which is at least to be defined, but it basically should be stuff along the lines of Qt frameworks, KDE frameworks, maybe, well, some underlying problems we might have to be addressed upstream. But in general, the idea is to make sure that people can continue creating products with what we create and within us with the best of assurances. We'll have a person who will work and think about how to make hardware projects from within KDE, like some projects that we've already seen lately, and well, facilitate it. There's always certain small annoyances that are generally not even within our repositories, in our code bases, but that without these things getting solved, well, your products never flourish like we always expected they would. Well, this little wizard will help us with that. And then a third position, who will be a person helping us get in certain app stores and making sure that everyone around the world can somewhat reach our software and, well, make best use of it. Because in practice, what we create is for everyone to enjoy, not a select number of people anyway, right? Now, maybe this is the weird part of my talk, but I think that it's the most important part as well. Like, how do I help? What is my role? And by my role, I don't mean Aleix's role with any of the hats, but like any of ours who are part of this community, in making sure that this is a success. KDE is spending a sizable amount of money in doing this, and well, we're doing it because we think that it's very important that KDE is catered for. Also because we have to, for legal reasons, to well, not have surpluses, but in practice to make sure that the KDE community doesn't stagnate in the comfort zone of whatever the status quo is right now, right? Now, how can you help? Well, you should be working with these people, the new contractors and even the previous ones. Like they are fellow community members. You don't need to treat them like they are blessed, which some people might think or have thought in the past that they were. But also, you don't have to just let them do their thing in a corner, right? You need to be able to communicate with them. You need to communicate with them. You need to make sure that you understand how they work and what they're working on, much like you need to understand how your other teammates work. Because, like I was saying earlier, if we're not transparent with each other, it's very complicated to work together properly, right? Something that is also very important is that we need to work in the same direction. Here we could show this cheesy picture of two dogs pulling on a different side or pulling on the same direction. Obviously, those pulling in the same direction will always go faster and further. I think that all of the positions that we've put forward, they're very exciting for anyone in the community. And working with them can only mean that your contributions will be more valuable, more relevant in the longer run than they would be if you were working alone. Because in practice, this everything boils down to if you're in a company and you work alone, nothing works. If you're in the community and you work alone, nothing really works. And if you're a contractor and you work alone, nothing really works. But if we work together, well, we're onto something, right? Something that also is important, especially when they begin, is that some of us, we've been around for a very, very long time, and we know a lot of unspoken rules within the community. Well, first of all, we shouldn't have unspoken rules or unwritten rules or whatever. We should be able to to express what are our ways to work in general. We've done a lot of work with this, with the manifesto, with the with our vision, with the statutes of the KDE, if you wish. But in practice, there's always certain things that one needs to know. One needs to know who's who. Assuming that they know also doesn't help anything. But maybe something that you can help with is by offering this experience, right? Also, that we need to understand that none of the contractors have magical powers, not the ones that we have right now. And I would safely admit that I don't think that we're going to hire anyone with magical powers. Everyone's hours are limited. They are for those people in the community, and they are for those people contracted. Well, let's understand that, and like I was saying earlier, let's talk to each other like peers and equals, which is what we are. Even if there's some people who have the small advantage of being contracted for a few hours to work on certain things. Something that a lot of people fear, and you should not just maybe fear, but actually work against this. We should be taking and doing the work that we wanted to do anyway. We should don't be afraid of taking tasks because somebody is contracted around the topic or the area. If you are very interested in Android, don't stop yourself working on Android topics because there's an apps contractor. If you're very passionate about YouTube videos like Nicolai's, for example, don't stop yourself from doing it because there's probably, it wouldn't make any sense, right? It wouldn't make it better for them, and it wouldn't make it better for you, because in practice, our resources are always limited, and they are for everyone. It's also very important that, let me turn the lights on because it got really dark. It's very important that you apply the positions as they appear. The better candidates we have, the better we will be able to have outcomes, positive outcomes in practice. There's always a certain onboarding time that is necessary, and it will be the case for anyone. But if you've been around for a long time, if you are familiar with the topic, it will always be a bit easier for you to join and help in. And in practice, reach out to us as the KDE board if you wish. Reach out to the contractors if you want to talk to them, because like I said, They don't have magical powers, which also means that they don't do these weird electric ray things. We always should be able to talk to each other. It's only by having the discussions that we will be able to work better together, right? But what I want you to think about is that this is a collective opportunity. This is not just a thing that the KDE is doing nowadays, but that it's our chance we have to attain certain opportunities that right now have been just unattainable to us. And it's going to be through, hard work, because I am sure that all of the people we have and we will have on board will work hard to drive us in this direction. And if we help them, if we work together, we will be able to, reach millions of people through our app. We will be able to, help lots of developers start developing our applications for us, with us, through better documentation, through better based software, so that they don't have to start working around problems we might have in our base systems, but just doing their things, right? Embracing this collective opportunity, you can only take us to the other side, and I am sure that there's good things to find there. And this only can happen by working together. This is the Akademy presentation for 2018, because, like I said earlier, I suck at looking for pictures. I'm a bit tired of seeing the Milan picture when we have a normal Akademy picture. So 2018. It's very nice working with you all, and it's gonna continue to be amazing. I wanted to talk a little bit about the future, but I think that here the important thing is that let's focus on what we have on the table, like carpe diem a little bit. Let's embrace this opportunity. Let's make sure that we make the most of it. Let's make sure that all of these goals that we had are with our reach when the time comes. And then we get to talk about the future, about how has our organization changed after this work, and how do we make the best of it, like we're doing nowadays, right? Carpe diem. Now, do you see the picture? Okay, this is karma. This was the picture of my desk, because Adam didn't show it yesterday, and I am sure that Adam today hacked my PDF to not show my desk once more. So that's on you, Adam. It wasn't all that interesting anyway. So if you have any questions, that's probably a good moment to have a bit of a conversation if there's some time. Otherwise, you can reach me at, this is my name, this is my email, this is my Matrix handle down there, and the other one is my Telegram and Twitter as well, and Mastodon, because I am not very original with my namings. So was everyone.
Thank you very much, Aleix, for this presentation. I'm glad that the hack was successful and you did not sidestep my ban on your desk pictures. So we do have a question already in the widget here from the audience. By the way, you probably missed because you had the presentation, but there's already a Gandalf Photoshop with your face on. You probably be sent it shortly after the presentation. Sure. So the question comes from Jonathan Riddle. We have a goal to get more apps on more app stores, but haven't attracted many people to do the fairly easily groundwork of packaging apps, should we? I'm not sure which of your many hats this is aimed at.
I am super sorry, but can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. We have a goal to get more apps on more app stores, but haven't attracted many people to do the fairly easy groundwork of packaging apps. Should we?
I must disagree. There's a lot of people in KDE who have been doing this work. It's a matter of making sure that their work is compensated somehow. I think that big part of the problem with being a free software hacker in your free time is that the challenging problems are interesting, but the most boring ones are boring. And we have seen people pumping the packaging, for example, on Windows, on Mac, on Snap, on Flatpak, right? At this point, we need to do the extra mile work, right? Which includes QA. It includes actual just testing that things work, reaching out to different applications and see how they want to do that. And I have the feeling that the people who have been doing this work, well, it wasn't their persona, right? If you're the kind of person who will sit down in front of your computer at midnight with a cup of coffee or a cup of beer and start hacking, maybe you're not the kind of person who will go chasing around different people and doing QA on applications. This is a guess, but I think that it makes sense. And actually, I would say, does it make sense to you too? It doesn't need to be you, Adam, but maybe whoever is listening. Although if you want to speak your mind, I don't mind.
I think I'd rather go to the next question.
Cool.
Not to discuss too much on the Q&A part of the talk. This next one comes from Abetz. From your perspective, what seems to be the biggest fear in hiring contractors and have them work along with volunteers?
Well, we've had this discussion in the past. I think that it was very strongly ingrained in our DNA at some point. Maybe not the DNA, but maybe in our psyche. That we didn't hire, we did the work in our free time, and that's how we managed to do all of the things. And well, we've admittedly gone a long way. One of the obvious fears could be that if somebody now is being paid to do something, why should I sit down at midnight with a cup of coffee / beer and start hacking on that packaging I care about? And my personal conclusion, and what I think that have been discussed with the different people also when we were doing, for example, the Make a Living thing, is that we generally do this thing because it matters to us, and we do the thing we want to do. But there's always going to be certain things that we're not going to want to do that much. For example, there's parts of our contractors' work that they're doing nowadays, and they're doing excellently, that I have never done, and it hasn't been by chance. It's maybe not in my soul to do that. Maybe I should have been doing it, but then this would also have meant that I would not have been doing other things, right? So in practice, the fear is, will they be taking my tasks? Will I lose will to work on the project? Will I be jealous of certain contractors because they're being paid and I am not? And I think that we shouldn't be jealous. I think that we are mature enough to be able to work together. But I don't know. I mean, maybe whoever did the question, sorry, didn't hear the name properly. Maybe they cannot see themselves being jealous, and that's how it should be. In practice, we've all seen that we can have some people in our community being paid for the work they're doing, and we can also appreciate, I would say, the work they do, rather than just be jealous and saying, nah, which I think it's great, and it speaks of our maturity. And I think that we can only use this opportunity to do better software than to be bitter to one another.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. Just as a side note, as a contractor for the KDE myself, I can say that being a contractor has integrated me more with the community than I'm not sure exactly how else I could be so quickly integrated. So that's also something to keep in mind.
Maybe that's a presentation you should be doing next Academy, right?
Maybe. Those are all the questions that we have. Thank you very much again, Aleix, for the presentation and for answering the questions. And yep, so some bookkeeping. So following up, we'll have the BOF wrap-up. Allyson will host that. After that, the previous Academy Awards recipients will award the new Academy Awards to the new recipients, and then the closing remarks will be done by Adrian, I believe. But now, please welcome Allyson and the people that will present the both wrap-ups. And Allyson needs to rejoin with audio, I assume. So just a second with that. And yeah, all the other people that will be doing the both wrap-up, please join us as well.
Hey, Adam. Thanks for the intro, and thank you for the heads up on my audio. I was afraid that I would interrupt Aleix's talk, and so I thought I was clever, but apparently not clever enough.
No problem. Do you have a presentation? Yeah, you have a presentation. Everything's ready. Extremely professional, of course.
We try. We try. Hi, everyone. So either one of the Kennys will be joining us, I hope. If David Edmondson would like to join also, that would be fantastic. I'll also apologize for my noise because I didn't close my window in time and there's some noise outside. So okay, well, we have some. Let's go ahead and get started. This is the final BOF wrap-up for Academy 2021. This morning, in the first session of the day, we had a handful of BOFs and sessions that the three of you were a part of. Some and others were a part of more. Yay, I see David Edmondson's joining, so that's great. I'd also like to ask Aleix to come back because he also hosted a BOF today. Getting into it, Aleix, you hosted the KDE Goals All About the Apps automation. Would you like to speak to it? Tell us how it went. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was our first BOF in the morning, where we talked with sysadmin. So we had been doing BOFs all over the week about different apps topics, mostly based around the platform. And well, one of the most common themes was it would be great to automate X or Y. And actually, most of the times it was well, the same thing. So we thought, let's have a discussion with the sysadmin team who did join and discuss the different those different topics. It ended up orbiting around how amazing our life is gonna be when we embrace GitLab CI. They are working on it, so they kind of said please wait a little bit and be patient. It's going to be amazing. And then we went through the different levels of amazingness. You can see more specific notes if you look at the KDE is all about the apps goal chat. They're not super more specific. The sysadmin team, I think I would like to think at least that they promise that they will provide a bit more of documentation on what's the status of things and how to help them better. But well, it seems like they have it under control. So, well, good luck to them, and to all of us, it's going to be amazing. Next.
Sorry, I couldn't find my unmute button for a second. All right, thank you, Aleix. How did your distribution box go?
Right, so it fairly naturally flowed on from the one previous, so it was, yeah, splitting it into two was kind of fun, but basically the idea there also was to try and streamline the way we get stuff actually to end users in a way that puts the least amount of pressure on people effectively. In other words, automation for the distribution side of our software production efforts. And we came up with a sort of procedure that we think might work, which would then be tied into how GitLab works, so that we can kind of use that as a nexus so that we have a straightforward, consistent process where the release effort from the point of view of someone maintaining an app who doesn't necessarily know how to get their software built for 15 different operating systems and all of that sort of stuff, and get it on stores and so on, and to make that as straightforward and sort of effortless as possible while still remaining safe. So there's a couple of things that we can't automate because there needs to be a manual intervention step, but there are a lot of things that can be and which are almost there, and which then kind of just need the dots connecting. Obviously, there is no such thing as easy, but yeah, we've got a way forward there, and it looks really neat. So yeah, and of course the details are all in the KDE All About the Apps matrix group as well.
Awesome, thank you. Okie doke. Let's go over to Kenny. Kenny's this way. For the KDE fundraising working group.
Thanks,
How did
Alison.
it go?
So we mainly focused on two core themes. One of the core themes was the KDE 25th anniversary that's coming up, and the opportunities that's going to give us in regard to our fundraising efforts. So lots of exciting things going on there. The other theme, which was kind of we managed to relate the two, was the ongoing efforts towards trying to get our Sethi CRM instance to do what we need it to be effective for the community and what we're doing with fundraising. I think most of us, I think all of us in the BOF agreed that Sethi CRM as it currently stands doesn't really do what it needs, doesn't really do what we need it to. And so we're going to start actively looking at alternatives. Not to replace it as a whole. I mean, it's still doing things like SEPA payments fairly well, but to look at things like PayPal integration and try to find something that fits some of those requirements, start experimenting a little bit, and hopefully try to build something new for the 25th anniversary. We've currently got a requirements document that's getting put together just now by Carol. if anyone wants to get involved in that effort, you're more than free to join. You can get in touch via the mailing lists. We're also going to be opening up a new set of Matrix and IRC channels that people can join. We're really hoping that by changing our tooling and changing the technology, we can try and get a bit more energy into the community and use that as a driver for improving our fundraising efforts.
All right. Thank you. Okay, next up, Plasma and Chroma meeting hosted by David R. David R. Want to take it away? Tell us how it went.
It went great. We first, the promo people explained to us what they want, their goals with the Plasma announcements and the general strategy for reaching more the public in general. And then we talked about how we as Plasma developers can help them make their process easier and help them make better Plasma announcement. And we also decided that the Plasma release in October will be called the Plasma Anniversary Edition and will release on the 25th anniversary of Plasma, of KDE.
Exciting stuff. Well, let's go on. There was a Plasma bug triage. Ooh, very nice hat, David. Would you like to take it away and tell us how it went?
Yeah, so in previous years, nobody really likes doing bugs. So if you lock everybody in a physical room, that generally helps. Here we had a virtual equivalent. And the idea was to go through, and we went through all of the list of all the bugs that were tracked as very high priority, and went through which ones actually were. And when going through as a group, making sure everyone in a core Plasma team had an awareness of what are big things that we need to focus on, and getting lots of eyes on some of the same bugs. And it actually resulted in several of these very high bugs getting immediate fixes that day. But there's still lots of bugs left, and you should all be helping.
Well, you heard it here. Go help with bugs. All right. Well, the final BOF for today is the Qt for Python. It was a follow-up on a previous BOF and Anupam's talk that we heard last weekend. It is very late at night, and I offered to read out the updates for this, so let's do it. On public demand, there was another hosted session for Qt for Python. Like the earlier one, this was a live coding session meant to be like a workshop for the topic. Today, this discussed about passing arguments of type list, passing list of custom Python data objects, and parsing the data on the QML side, the QML list view and its population from custom Python data objects, and finally, properties, notifiable properties. That is the Qt for Python update. It was really exciting to see there was so much demand for it, at least on my side of things, because it was great as Anupam was a new speaker at Akademy this year, and I think we were all very welcoming, and overall I hope that everyone had a great experience, especially the new speakers we had this year, the returning speakers we had this year, and our attendees. Okie doke. Well, I want to say thank you very much for a great week to all of our BOF hosts, to all of our speakers, and to all of our attendees. We couldn't have done it without you, and let's hope that next year we get to see each other in person, wherever in the world it is. If we don't see you, if you can't make it to 2020 Akademy, we hope to see you in some form at the 25th anniversary coming up in October. Please keep a lookout for more information on it. And we are planning like crazy. So if we reach out and ask you for some help, please consider helping and being a part of the plans. It's very important. It's a huge milestone. and let's all show how much we love and appreciate KDE. Thank you very much. I will leave this now to Adam or Luigi, whoever would like to come on up. Or both of you. I will take my leave, and thank you so much for such a great week as well. Your session share skills are far beyond what mine could ever be.
That's
And,
not true. Absolutely, no.
Nah. But anyways, take it away, and let's find out who got the awards this year.
Thank you. So thank everyone. I'm here for the to introduce you the winners of the Academy 2021 Community Awards, or just Academy Awards. For people who don't know about them, this is an award from the community to the community. It's been around since 2005, and I was lucky enough to follow the first instance of the Academy Awards back then in my first Academy. What happens is that the recipients of the award becomes the jury next year, which means that there should be 3 persons here, but due to time zone issues and other logistical issues, I'm the only one. So I will also cover for Bhushan Shah and for Karl Schwann. But you will see them in a minute, because they are here also. They have a video to introduce their part of the award. And okay, finally I have the slides as well. So without just a technical annotation, we are going to introduce all the awards. And if you are one of the winners, please follow. If you know how to join this room, please join it. Otherwise, follow the trail. The chat moderator will show you the way to come here. I just need to show you the first video. So Bhushan Shah will introduce the first award. Because we are all transparent here, ready to...
Hello everyone, so this is about application category award, and I am happy to announce that we want to give this award to Alexander Samke for his work on LabPlot. The LabPlot is graphing application for scientific data, and I believe it deserves this award for reaching out of our own small free and open source software bubble and creating more user base in the community where we don't know much about. So yeah, congratulations and thank you for your work on LabPlot.
Thank you. So for LabPlot, and just to show you that this is all true, as soon as I stop sharing, apologize. Okay. So yeah, the first award goes to LabPlot, Alexander and Semke. I don't think Alexander is around, but in case, please join us. The second award, thank Bhushan. The second one is presented by Karl Schwann, and we will be there in a minute. I guess I cannot see the chat right now, but I guess the applause are going. And let's go for the second award.
Hello, I'm happy to announce that we are giving the Non-Application Academy Award to Paul Brown. Paul Brown has been working on the promo side of KDE for a few years already. He has been on top of announcing our applications release, Plasma release, and generally helped us reaching outside of our bubbles, Facebook bubbles more. Thanks, Paul, for all your work.
So thanks, Karl, and thanks, Paul, and I'm pretty sure you are around somewhere, so feel free to join us in a second. And let's go back to the slides for the third recipient. If I manage to, okay. Thanks again. For the third recipient, so the jury award, for the several years of service to the community as developer, presenter, speaker, and board member, and for always reminding us there is life in classic Unix outside the Linux kernel, the Academy 2021 Jury Awards goes to Adrian de Groot. So congratulations for the long-term contribution. And yeah, and I'm sure you are, well, you are around, so I can see you here coming. But before giving some voice to the winners, something they surely deserve, together with the responsibility for the next year award, we always need to remember that the Academy it's not created by itself. There are a lot of people who are working for months, even for a virtual one, which presents different kind of complexity than a in-present one. So we don't really have the usual local team, but still we have a lot of people working. You can see us as a public faces, like, but I'm just a volunteer. There is a lot of work ongoing. So we have also the organization award going to the Academy team for their work on this Academy 2021, and I'm pretty sure everyone will agree that this went very, very, very well. So thanks for all the work in those months and all the behind-the-scene work. Thanks. And now I really hope that someone will join me, because I don't know what else to say at this point. I can provide an history of all the past awards. No. We just really want to hear the voice, see the people if they are around, and hear the voices. Things are happening. I see a lot of applause, claps, people exploding. I see the chat exploding with, wow, there is the
loading chat.
Thing.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Hello, hey. Hello, Adrian. So who else want to join? I guess there is nothing more apart from the
I get to do the closing talk as well. So
okay, but if you can show yourself at this point, right? If you want.
We have Paul and Alexander also joining.
Oh, great! That's a great news. So all of them here. Thanks for showing them the way. This is all live, so no one knows only like a limited number of people knows about the awards before the awards. So this is all live. Hello.
Yeah, my screen is over there, and my webcam's over there. So that makes things a little difficult.
Okay, but we will manage.
Yeah. I was going to show off another very yellow T-shirt that I have. But now you've completely spoiled all my setup.
I'm sorry for that.
I appreciate it.
Hello, Paul. Welcome.
Hi. It's interesting because the moment when you were saying it, I wasn't actually in the room. My son from the other room said, "Oh, congratulations!" And I said, "For what?" Because I was telling Alexander, congratulations! Because I went into the chat. I went into chat to tell him he had won, and because he didn't know either, and he was doing his own thing. So I went to say, Alexander, come, you won an award, and that is when you announced that I had won this award. So he didn't hear his, and I didn't hear mine because I was telling you.
Seems legit. Okay. We have Alexander, who, as you said, already joined. Alexander, you just need to change the way you are connected from the speaker only to or listener only to speaker also. You just need to click. The interface is a bit, that's the only a bit awkward thing of big blue button, or the things that people notice most.
I think it's also partly the surprise you get to say something to all those viewers out there. So
Yeah.
But he's doing that, so we can see all live.
Right. If we start planning for a physical academy in 2022 already, then we need to figure out where the 3 jury members should meet. I mean, Paul is in the south of Spain, so that's a nice place to head to. But maybe Alexander has an even nicer location to offer us.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just rejoined, so let me check whether I can manage to activate my camera. I'm here. Hi. Hello, everybody.
Hello. Hello.
Alexander.
So we are everyone. So
yes, it's a bit surprising for me. You know, I was joining my so the end of my very busy week, and I started Paul. So this was again, I think, a Spanish red wine. You know, so I was joining my evening, and then Paul is writing to me, Alexander, congratulations, and I was, what's going on here? You know, so. If you could give me a short summary of what has happened, you know, short background, short context, so I can put the news into the proper context, would be great. So I didn't manage to go through the recent news and recent communication yet.
So this is the application award for the Academy, which is the community award we give every year from the community to the community, and we have 3 categories. So you won the one for the application award for the work on LabPlot.
Great.
Well, so that's thanks for all the work there. It's one of the small jewels that maybe people don't know too much about. Still, you want to share something? Now that's the time for some speech, small speech.
Yes, maybe so. Let me maybe spend some words, some time talking about this. So yes, it's a jewel, you know, but and not so many people know about this. Okay, but we are in the process of changing this, and I think so with the help of people like, you know, so like what I mentioned last time during my talk at Linux App Summit. So there are many people behind the scenes contributing also to this. Okay, and then people like Paul and people doing, you know, all the CI stuff and so on, writing documentation. So there are many people contributing to the success of our people. Okay, so this is not only the work of the core developers, but of all these contributors. You know, this is the advantage of being part of such a community. Okay, it's not a result of a contribution of 1 or 2 persons. Okay, so there's a whole community behind this. So this award is not only going to us directly. Okay, so thank you, of course, for this decision. Okay, but it's not only us. Okay, so it's at the end, it's the whole community. So there are many people contributing to this directly, indirectly. So there are many people responsible for this success, so to say. Okay, so but yes, of course, a very surprising result. Thank you all for this. Okay, thanks a lot for this appreciation. So I hope, you know, we will be able to continue working on this, you know, to keep this high bar of whatever goals and desires we set for us for this application. So I think this is just the beginning for us. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well said, Alexander. That's wonderful sentiment. It is the community that makes things possible.
And I see Fabian commenting here in the chat, you know, so maybe for people who don't know this, so Fabian was one of our GSOC students 2, 3, 4 years ago. Then next year he even mentored, so he stopped being student. Okay, he was done his university, and then so next year he became already a mentor, KDE mentor. So he mentored another student. So now he disappeared for 1, 2 years, but I hope he will be back. So Fabian, we are counting on you. So we need you, right? So you don't disappear again. So we need you again.
Okay. Well, hopefully not. But you know, we have people coming and going. So and going and coming back. So that's. Yeah. Thank you. So Paul, let's go in order. It's your time.
Well, I am. Like Alexander, I'm completely surprised. I mean, I didn't even know that I would be eligible. All I can say is it's a lot. I mean, I do. I do really honestly love this community, although and they have been connected to the community. Well, I have been a user of KDE software since 1998 or something like that. When I got it on Mandriva, and it was amazing then, and it's still amazing now. And I've never stopped using it. And I've been to the academies in Canarias before being part of KDE proper, let's say, and in Malaga, and I've been to the Academy ESs, and I have tons of friends here, and this is really, I mean, this is really important for me, I must say, and I appreciate it a lot. It's a very waffly speech, but there you go.
Thank you.
From the heart, you know.
Totally fine. Thank you. Really, really thank you for all the work. Even more than there are no eligibility things. I mean, that went far and beyond what was needed. So, thanks again. Oh, 8.
So I'm a dinosaur. And I think I'm being recognized as a dinosaur here, which is a good thing. I have in my hand a business card, a KDE business card from 2008, I think, when I was on the board, and I'm on the board again. So I keep coming back, or I keep orbiting KDE in all kinds of different ways. And yeah, still happy to be here. And thank you for the recognition. I believe that this is also just a trick, really, by you and the Academy organization to make sure that I'm around next year and actually do something, do one of the things that I promised to do, because that's
okay.
It's suspect.
That's interesting. No, we decide totally in a separate way, so I can assure you that that's. But so thanks again for all all those years of service, and let's see that they are not the last ones, so they will continue again. So thanks again. And so someone from the organization team. So I'd like to leave the screen to them for them to say something, so that they can leave happily and make sure things are going to the natural conclusion today. Yeah, people are calling the Kennys. So
I suspect that the thing they're going to say is, and to close the Academy, here's aid.
Well,
but I'll leave that to them.
Let's see if I see some movement. So something is happening. So maybe we will see someone. Yeah. Hello again, Allyson.
I mean, I'm really just here to say, and here's aid, but this is a team effort, and I would love if at least the Kennys could come up here, because they do most of the hard work, and the infrastructure that was built for this year to help bridge into hybrid events for future academies. The work that they did was phenomenal.
I'm joining because you bullied me, Allyson.
Way, welcome.
Hi.
So thanks again. So do you want to have some bit of speech, which is just not here is hate?
Well, welcome everybody. It's good to see all of you. Well, I don't really see all of you because you're over there on my screen and the webcam is over there. But I'd really like to thank the people running the show. That is Kenny, Allyson, sysadmin. Sysadmin is sort of in the shadows, but they're keeping the things running, even when it is Allyson and Kenny that you see up front as fronting the organization. So once again, thank you for your efforts this year and every year, and I hope to see all of you organizing next year again. With my board hat on, you just saw Dave doing the BOF wrap up with an excellent actual hat on. This is a virtual one. Board hat on. I'd like to say a special thanks to our sponsors, Ambition, KDAB, the Qt Company or Qt Group, GitLab, and Fedora for helping us run this thing, making Akademy possible. I'd like to thank our keynotes, Patricia Oss and Jerry Ellsworth, for providing a very interesting side channel to the conference. Patricia's title was "I Can't Work Like This," but I hope she can work with us. We're just about to wrap up Akademy for 2021. That's the end of this event. It's not the end of our KDE work, and there's upcoming events as well. I'd like to remind everyone, Allyson already mentioned it, the 20, and Kenny Coyle also mentioned it for the fundraising. KDE turns 25 on October 14th. So on October 14th, we should all be ready to party. That will mean our party hats. And if you haven't had enough Akademy type flavors, there's Akademy ES, the Spanish Academy, which runs every year. And this year it is November 19th to 21st. So those are our upcoming KDE events, our anniversary and Akademy ES. I'm personally looking forward also to seeing another Conf KDE in once we can travel and a physical Akademy 2022. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for speaking and participating in the BOFs. And we'll see you next year. Cheers.
Thank you.